Great. For the moment, my internet is working. We'll see how long that lasts. Caught me by surprise last night when it didn't work, so yes. If you're watching this back later, before everyone joins, if you're watching this back later, just trying to spear a cherry. This is before everyone joins. And I'm doing the last minute things, getting my shit ready. Justin, what did I do last night? Edited a video, I think. I couldn't watch stuff on YouTube because I had no fucking internet. I edited a video, which I uploaded today. It's my Vegemite vodka video. Anyways, as usual, I got a different version of this that I made today. It's not quite finished going through the process of clarifying. I'm going to have it afterwards. Heine had to escape from Footscray before floods, yeah. There were a few floods on the west side. It was the flood waters rising near High Pine. So, Justin, you had your internet going out today. Yeah. I did get a message from Telstra today. Whoops, we're giving you more of the 4G on your smart modem while we fix your actual internet. And I was like, cool. So we got the Heine. I saw at least some of the rivers and creeks that are flooding are not expected to peak till tomorrow. Some have peaked and are going back down. Justin, have to move, selling a house. Have you made a decision about moving? Yes, because moving. Ugh. Okay, I'm now up to 5 years since I've had to move, 5.5 years. Previous place I stayed in 10 years. Oh God, Justin, you've only been there since April. That's a fucking drag, man. Because I fucking hate moving. Mrs. Angry and I are probably both going to take a bit of time off over Christmas, not going anywhere. Oh, we might go somewhere for some of the time, but work on organising some shit around the house that we still haven't bloody done. Dr. Abigail, ducks don't pee out their penises. That's fascinating. Is that like a cloaca situation? Because now I'm getting confused if okay, see, honestly, now you bring it up, I've not researched animal penises a lot, so I don't know how widespread that sort of thing is. I guess that's the other thing, Justin, besides moving being a drag, can be quite expensive too. Certainly, last time I moved, nightmare, one of the worst experiences of my life, dragged on for weeks. It was both expensive and just physically, emotionally, logistically, a nightmare. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I'd never put much thought into the male Because particularly with ducks, we know the weird stories about duck penises and duck vaginas, for that matter. And it never occurred to me the duck having a penis but not urinating out of it. Wow. Justin, I get the, yeah. Well, hopefully your parents are in a position to help you out financially, because that whole situation sucks. But okay. What brought you to the realization, or what brought you to the investigation, I guess, of if ducks pee out their penis? So it's a nature is weird, yo. But tis what it is. I guess are we wasting our Friday nights if we're not finding out about the divergence between ducks' reproductive and excretory organs? That's not as obvious as you think, apparently. Very, very strange stuff. And I thank you for sharing. Oh, wait, I was going to... Okay, well, that one's fucking shit. I was looking at other AI art things today and found one that's shit. Let's see if I can share this one with you that I did make, because I find it weird and eerie. So, where are we? Okay, I'm back. So you and Will were talking about ducks. Yeah, I'm aware of your fondness for ducks. I'm going to share this one because this is weird. Where are we? So the design prompt for this was, my internet connection isn't working. And I kind of quite like the eerie quality of it. It's like there's the ghosts of web pages there. And then it's like there's candles, like, because maybe your electricity's gone. That's why your internet's not working. And so candles reflecting on your screen. I don't know. It's weird and eerie. And I kind of like it. Oh, neat. Justin Brothers going with the Victorian Government grad program. Equivalent in department and job. Well, there you go. Life throws many coincidences at us. I had bangers and mash for dinner, and I made the mash myself. Peeled the patates and cooked it and mashed it, and it was yummy. And I mean, cooked the sausages too. That's hardly, anything's right, Homan. Sausages in frying pan, job done. But simple, and and some mushrooms. Cooked up some mushrooms too. That'd be fun, Justin. You end up seeing each other in interstate meetings because you're in the same sort of role. Yeah. There you go. But the reason I just was reminded of my bangers and mash, I think the bangers might have been a bit garlicky. They're pretty yummy. Just like added a little burp there. There's a bit of flavor in that. There's a bit of flavor in that burp. My dinner coming back at me a little bit. All right. Much as I have some pre-mixed drinks, I feel like making a drink instead of maple syrup. I think I'll go this book. Just be looking at it. The Burleone, gin and China and vermouth. I don't have China. I could use a different Amaro. We have that over ice. Gin, dry vermouth, and Amaro. Justin, you're asking, I have a business trip to Canberra. I don't see that in my future. That's a fun name. A Betula. What's a Betula? Drinks like sipping a birch beer, hence the name Betula, which is Latin for birch. Okay. Birch-infused whiskey and rum and lemon juice and maple syrup. Wow. I'm going to try that. I mean, not the birch infused, because I'm not doing that, but just a split base, rye whiskey and rum. Might do both from the gospel, lemon juice and maple syrup. I mean, that's interesting and simple. Won't be streaming tomorrow night. Going to a big booze festival. Justin, I guess it's perfectly possible I could see your brother and not know. Interact with a lot of people, I guess, in my role. You never know when this connection. I mean, like I remember in a previous job, people doing presentations at various staff things, and one guy, I don't know, he's like doing a life story thing, and he went to the same high school as me. I was like, oh. And he's only a couple of years younger than me. And he had a surname I recognized. I don't remember him at all, but he said the same thing. He recognized my surname. Yeah, he was a couple of years younger than me. It was school, huge difference. Don't interact at all. As adults, no difference at all. So, yeah. Oh, no. Mints being eaten by aphids. The bastards. We've actually got some fairly robust-looking mint here at the moment. Some of it's been nibbled away at, but a lot of it's doing quite well. Very prodigious leaves on it. I feel like I should use mint more in drinks, really, because there's some nice mint out there. I should make what's the whiskey one? A julep. A mint julep. Which is kind of just like a whiskey sour with mint in it. But oh god, that's a bit gruesome, honey. You can get them with normal fly spray, but corpses sort of sit around. Yeah, well, you got to wash your mint thoroughly before using it. Not least because the fly spray is poison, can make you sick. But yeah, got to wash the dead aphids off as well. Have you looked into any ways to deal with the aphids, Dr. Abiel? I profess ignorance on that. But, you know, we're on the internet. I could search for it. Right, okay. Stop aphids eating my mint. Okay, there's various sprays. This one says a teaspoon of soap and a teaspoon of oil with half a gallon of water. Most aphids are found on the bottom side of the leaf. Start by spraying there. Soapy water will suffocate them. and they'll eventually fall off. There you go. How do I keep bugs from eating my mint? Yeah, okay, that's 16 proven ways to get rid of aphids on mint. Okay, 1, you could manually remove the aphids. That sounds okay. Spray with a hose, not practical in your apartment, I don't think. Use insecticidal soap, yeah. Fuck off with your pop-ups. Use commercial pesticides, yeah. An organic pesticide, yeah. Try essential oils. 4 to 5 drops of peppermint, clove, rosemary, and thyme. Mix with a cup of water. Dust your mint leaves. A light dusting of diatomaceous earth. While not toxic to human or animals, it can kill aphids with its razor-sharp particles. Good Lord. Cut back the mint. Attract beneficial insects. There you go, ladybugs eat the aphids, apparently. Stop growing certain other plants. It says some other plants can attract aphids. There you go. Well, the internet's full of wisdom. There you go. Yes, I wouldn't. I suspected you wouldn't use poison. And ladybugs. Yeah, ladybugs apparently eat the aphids. Just your friend's 5 years younger. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. World of difference between school. Yeah, oh God. Friends with someone 5 years younger at school. Weird. I think I actually was, but that was weird. But yes, as an adult, it becomes borderline immaterial. Right, I'm going to try this drink with the rye whiskey, rum, lemon juice, and maple syrup. Pretty sure I've got maple syrup over because I'm in the joys of doing the stream from the kitchen, things like that. Right, I'm going to find maple syrup. Is it? It was opened. It might have been put in the fridge. It was. Using maple syrup on pancakes sometimes. Okay, so I've got maple syrup. I'm going to get my jigger from over here. Right, I'm just going to build this in the glass. So I'm going to get gospel rum and gospel rye. Lemon juice, actually. Squeezed some lemon juice this afternoon. Fresh lemon juice. All right. All right. Okay. So you lost your ATM card, which sucks. Okay, yep, okay, half an ounce of maple. Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? Sorry, I'm just playing with my computer. What was I thinking? Right. Just checking. All right. Sorting things out. Yeah, no, Justin, 18, 13-year-old, that's like criminal. And it just reeks of exploitative and grooming. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to do some maple syrup. Some rye whiskey. And some rum. Ooh, that was a satisfying pop. Wait. I think I forgot what I was doing. You want to put a little bit more. Oh, God, now I don't remember. Oh, well, you know what? Fuck it. I think I didn't put the right amount of rye in. I had half an ounce in my head and it should have been an ounce. Maybe I just put too much in. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? And finally, a little bit of lemon juice. Now, technically, you should shake this because it's got lemon juice in it. A kine be fucked. I'm just going to stir it. It's fucking chaos. Chaos and anarchy. Okay. Now, but this is going to need a bit of stirring to make sure that lemon juice is integrated because we're not doing the shaky. Yeah, you do. I'm just like, little clinky ASMR. Justin, I certainly haven't seen any Democrats abroad ads on Facebook. All right, so. Oh, that's interesting. God damn. Oh, and the maple comes through late. That's quite interesting. All right. Although, again, my palate, I've gone off. I tend to want less lemon or lime juice than most people do. Strictly Sega. Thoughts about total amount Jones has to pay? Was it it was close to $1 billion US? I think it's only just if Jones is sued into oblivion because it's really hard outside of actual physical harm and murder. It's hard to imagine a more horrific thing to do to other humans than what Jones did to the parents of those kids. Just people who've been through the worst thing imaginable, then being put through additional torture by an absolute fucking psychopath. I think it's only just that Jones is sued into oblivion, and the other purveyors of toxic lies need to take heed. Like, political differences are one thing. Even using ridiculous hyperbole against your political opponents, that's one thing. But doing something psychopathically evil to people who've already been through, one of the worst things imaginable, that needs to be fucking done. Needs to be done. That you can't allow things like that to happen. Just absolutely ruining people's lives for cheap sensationalism. It's very hard for me to express the level of contempt I have for him. And Nettie, absolutely, Jones had it coming. Took too long. It took way too long. You know, he spent decades in the fuck around phase, and now he seems to be slammed hard into the find out phase. He needs to be financially destroyed. Like I said, it needs to be a warning to the other purveyors of lies that it's like there are limits. Again, like, you know, telling lies about your political opponents is one thing, but yeah, completely ruining the lives of innocent people is fucked. Justin, I don't know that Jones is facing any criminal charges. Civil charges don't involve prison. Strictly Sega, right-wing hosts running scared. Well, it's very disturbing. Again, well, you know, Charlie Kirk's another fucking liar. I mean, that it's very weird to me, and you do get some left-wing commentators doing similar things, in as much as saying things that are just absolutely not true to advance their agenda. But it's these weird fringe right wings wackos that have, like, you know, in the up until the 90s, they were on talk radio, Rush Limbaugh and Alex Jones. But then the internet age, they really came into their own. And it's absolutely surreal that they're like, oh, free speech. It's never been free speech. Like, slandering people and ruining people's lives with lies has never been protected speech. So it's like, you know, if Charlie Kirk or any of the others are paranoid about it, it's like, well, here's a radical idea. Don't lie, particularly don't lie in a savage, just horrible attack on innocent people. Strict say a big question about the enforcement of the payment. I know Jones probably thinks he can get lawyers to stop him from having to pay, but he's actually quite stupid. He's already made some public statements that were extraordinarily ill-advised, that are extremely likely to make any future appeals or any future court proceedings go very badly for him, including like him claiming that they can't get his money because he'll declare bankruptcy. He's basically made public statements that it would be fair to say a bankruptcy court would look upon as him acting in bad faith. So, Justin, I remember that too. He ended up at the same airport as Bernie Sanders and hassled him. And that's just being a dude. Nettie, well, he certainly behaves like someone with a substance abuse problem. And certainly his mentor, Rush Limbaugh, had a multitude of quite serious addiction issues. It was almost like, you know, when you're that toxic a person, it feel like there must be shit going on. But yes, I'm again, because of public statements he's made, Jones clearly thinks he can get away without making payments. But again, he's not very smart, and he's my favorite sort of not smart. He thinks he's really smart. But a smart person would not have made the public statements he's made during this case and after the finding, because he has made public statements that are likely to make any future proceedings very difficult for him, because judges are likely to go, I think you're acting in bad faith. I was just like, Jesus. Oh, well, that was nice. I don't remember that. I vaguely remember the incident saying when Jones was harassing Bernie Sanders, someone jumped in trying to hold Jones to account for Sandy Hook claims. Well, it looks like he's being held to account from now in the way that would hurt him most. Dollars. I mean, again, looking at his public statements, he seems to think, and it's very hard to be sure what, because these people are so out there. I think they lose track of when they're saying something just to be wacky and inflammatory and when they're saying something that they truly believe. And certainly, there's been a lot of psychological studies show that if you say shit over and over, you start to believe it. Uh, so, like I said, it's hard to know when he's sincere about something, but he seems to believe he can declare himself bankrupt so he automatically doesn't hold he automatically doesn't pay any damages because he's bankrupt, and that he can keep raising money. And again, I'm not an expert, so I'm prepared to be proven wrong on this, but I think uh, both a court seeking to claim the damages that have been awarded against him and a bankruptcy court uh, would take all his assets. Like he can just go, I'm bankrupt. And it's going, you have all this money in bank accounts. You have these businesses. You have this we're taking everything and selling it. And again, him trying to raise money that he says, uh, I won't, if you send me money, I won't have to give it to this court case because I pleaded bankruptcy. The idea that he could be bringing money in and the courts won't take it is pretty weird. Yeah, Safa, you just don't be Alex Jones. Okay, well, here's the question. See, it's this is where you get weird. It's like you get all these people go, I'm being persecuted for my conservative views. And it's like, oh, what? Are people persecuting for your views on taxation? You know, your views on industrial relations policy. Is like, no, I'm being persecuted for being an horrific bigot, for just being a steaming pilot. It's just so weird. So, right wingers. If we go just in the political persuasions, in the traditional senses of left wing, right wing, centrist, none of those political persuasions are by definition more moral than any of the others. What we see is repeatedly around the world, the people who are wielding power or being the self-appointed spokespersons for the right and the extreme right are absolutely amoral. Find a shit ton of people who claim to be progressive or left wing who are also amoral. But yeah, you get these very noticeable, very public people who are on the right, the extreme right, who are, I mean, amoral's possibly flattering them. They're cruel. They're nasty. It's fucked. Yeah, it's very weird. Oh yeah, no, strictly Sega. I was going to say particularly America, but it's the same here. It's the same thing. The people who say, "Oh, I'm for small government," but they want to control other people. I think, I've been talking about Gabor Mate a lot recently. His views on, well-being and whatnot. In one of the articles or interviews with him, I said there's this thing of the people who, again, in these dominant parties around the world, the difference between what's become a difference between a lot of people on the left and the right is it's like on the right, they want a system of control that applies to other people but not to them, and that's less of a thing with people on the left. I'm not saying there aren't people on the left who basically think that way, but it's incredibly overt with the people who hold the sort of public platforms and profess right-wing views. Where their amorality comes out is they want a system of control that keeps the other out and persecutes the other, and yet they're not subject to it. And so for the stage 3 tax cuts are fucked. The rich should be taxed excessively. Labor are a pack of fucking wusses. I've seen variations on that, Justin. Not every Brexit supporter is racist, but every racist was a Brexit supporter. Well, and again, because the people who appointed themselves the public voice of the Brexit vote made repeated and consistent racist calls, essentially. And also, there was a hilarious opening bit on The Simpsons a couple of years ago, not classic Simpsons, only from a few years ago, where in the opening credits there was a Fox News helicopter, and it's like it said Fox News, and the slogan on the side said, "Not racist, but number one with racists," which was beautiful. So for you, an Optus person, they don't want to pay for a new passport? Well, that sucks. I think the thing is, in a lot of cases, not all cases, there are some gross, evil hypocrites on the left, but in most cases, the hypocrisy on people who call themselves progressive is less toxic and less cruel than the hypocrisy of people on the right. As highlighted before, Strictly Sega, they say, we're small government, but we want to absolutely control these aspects of people's lives on moral grounds. It's weird. Just the way that it's devolved in the last 20 years to people on the right not having to be consistent, to literally, like in one sentence, contradict themselves. And it doesn't matter because they said the thing. They said the thing about immigrants. They said the thing about non-white people. They said the thing about queer people. They said the thing about women. Whatever. They said the thing that makes the troglodyte feel good. So when they do the thing that the troglodyte says they're against, the troglodyte doesn't care because they said the thing the troglodyte wanted to hear. So the troglodyte goes, yes, my evil, hateful view of the world is right. That person's a complete hypocrite and a fucking monster, but that's okay because there. Okay, Strictly Sega. Well, okay, the main one that springs to mind, the left-wing contradictions and hypocrisy, are really rich people who say they're progressive or left-wing or socialist and don't give away their money. They have significant wealth, like, not Bill Gates. Although Bill Gates kind of styles himself as a progressive, but not Elon Musk wealth, not Jeff Bezos wealth, but people who have millions and they keep it. They don't share it. Well, okay. See, this is a difficult one strictly say, when people, are attending some symposium on climate change, and they flew to get there, and of course, particularly flying private, is very wasteful. But there's also practical things, and uh, in many cases, these people can't fly a commercial flight for security reasons. They just can't. Um, I mean, I would argue, and I think COVID should have brought this home, then you should appear remotely. Micro, buddy, how you going? I'll strictly say, Musk is profoundly right wing. He's a lying, hypocritical sack of shit. Bezos pushes some progressive issues, but he's super anti-union, and so Bezos would be one of those ones who's a hypocrite, because he actually does push some progressive issues. He doesn't really push a lot of right-wing issues. He's just very anti-union because he doesn't want anyone to interfere with his massive unearned wealth, and I mean that sincerely. It's unearned. Oh, dude, Jesus, you don't want to think too much, man. That's I sorry, I saw a bit of the movie Snatch. Does everyone remember the Guy Ritchie movie from Christ 10 or 20 years ago? Now I'm going to look it up. Sorry, I'm just writing. Sorry, I just got to send a text now, and I know this is quality content. All right. Organizing. Okay. So Justin, was he your generation bunch of rich left-wing hypocrites inherited the wealth from boomer parents? Look, maybe, dude. Sorry, again. Micro, you spent half your life drinking, smoking, feels bad. Well, look, okay. You can stop, man. Oh, so sorry, strictly Sager. I wonder what you're putting there. So yeah, okay. So Snatch is a more than 20-year-old film. Okay, so I actually really like that film, and I saw a bit of it the other day. And the reason I thought about was about thinking. And I'll actually get it. Bricktop says a very funny thing. Snatch Bricktop quote thinking. So he says one of his heavies says something about thinking about something, and Bricktop says, "Can get you in a lot of trouble thinking, Errol. I shouldn't do so much of it." So, oh yeah, no, don't be off hang out with AZ. Very AZ at the moment, definitely. So you can say you like Locks. I like Lock Stock. I like Snatch. Snatch, okay, just to be honest, Snatch is basically a remake of Lock Stock. I like Snatch more. They're both good. So, Micro, where do I go from here? 27, finished, done with college. Dude. Okay. See, I'm going to go with We all make jokes about I keep saying the same things over and over. Fill out the bingo card. But I would seriously recommend, like, watch some videos. There's hours and hours and hours and hours of interviews and presentations by Gabor Mate, Gabor Mate, on YouTube. He's amazing and he's very compassionate. And you're feeling bad about yourself, I feel like he might help you. Micro AIDS. Actually, look, I'll email the link to AIDS and you might come on. Safa, the rain last night killed my internet somehow. I was about 20, 30 minutes into the stream and my internet just fucking died. And it was fucked for the rest of the night. So hopefully it doesn't happen here. So I am going to I'm going to send AZ the link and we'll see if we can get him here. All right. And I'll text him and let him know. Okay. So we've got AIDS here. So it was just consistent rain for me. Micro, see, you're a charming guy. I think you'd go really well as an English teacher in an Asian country. And I also think it'd be a good experience for you as well. So in terms, okay, for anyone who's missed the story, east and south of Australia has copped massive rain over the last 48 hours. Tasmania actually seems to have gotten it the worst. A lot of Victoria got it worse. Like Mrs. Anger and I were watching the radar and there was supposed to be like a rain bomb, like 40, 50 millimeters of rain. And it like missed our suburb. It was seriously like the pattern broke up and each half went either side of our suburb and missed us. Okay, AIDS's not up for it. So yeah, so I think we just got steady rain, but some suburbs not far from us were like 50, 70, 80 millimeters. So you're saying Strathbogie got 210 millimeters. Suffer, it was raining basically the whole time, man. It was steady, but it was never really heavy here. But for the best part of a day, it was very steady rain. It came through a bit earlier on Wednesday than they were saying, but again, not heavy, but more rain than they predicted on Wednesday. Thursday, less rain, but quite consistent rain. And today, weird on and off rain. And yes, Abigail, I think that's what happened. The NBN or the hamster on the hamster wheel for NBN in my neighborhood drowned. Micro, it is actually notorious. Fewer people, like in terms of percentage of the population, the US does apparently have one of the lowest rates of people having a passport. No, I think that's real. It could be an urban legend, but yeah. But you do have a big old country there for people to see a lot of. All right. So that cocktail, okay, I think I would have liked it with less lemon juice because for whatever reason, my palate has got to the point where I like less citrus in things. I think I should have a non-alcoholic drink. I really do. Oofed. Crazy talk. Okay. I've kept a couple of these. It'll be a while before I empty these. But I've already kept 2 of these square gospel bottles, which I quite like. Oof. But I'm going to put these back on the rack. And I have some non-alcoholic, maybe just a soda. What do I got? I don't really want to drink tonic. I don't like tonic on its own. I have a few tonics. What's that? Ginger beer? Ginger ale? I could use my soda stream and just fire up some lemonade. I might actually do that. And then put some syrup with it. Yeah, I might do that. Gotta make up some lemonade. So I gotta get the bottle. Which is over here. One of my internet purchases during lockdown. Let's do this. And shake your booty. Just rinse that in case germs been grown. And now fill this up. Oh man, I should just realise it. Okay. Now I'm going to do this thing that kind of sounds like a Nazgul screaming. So that's over here. Right. Yep, that fizzed up a bit. All right. That. All right. Now I have my limonade concentrate here from the supermarket. It's wraiths on wings. Yes, and I agree. Not just in the US micro, but many of us are impoverished to the point we can't escape it. Hence, so many refugees around the world. What else do I have to flavour this with? Ooh, I should put a little bit of ginger in it. I've got this ginger cordial. Mostly lemonade. But I think if I put a little bit of ginger in here, just to make things interesting. Just a teeny bit of ginger. Oh. Okay, so this is just very slightly ginger ale-y. Wasser. Now I'm maybe going to switch. Okay, so I'm going to get some water and I'm going to have a little conversation. So I might, wondering what I did last night when my internet cut out, I edited a video. I might play it for you. It's only 4 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. And I might have a little conversation while it plays. So I try to sort out something here in the household. Filling up with water. All right. So I'm going to do this thing. Okay. First, we need to get YouTube. Oh, look, it's there. Neat. Okay. All right. Now I had my drinking glass here. Oh, I need to put some new ice in it. Justin, you say Australian passports are twice as expensive as US? Okay. Trivia. I didn't know that. All right, can I get some ice? Put it in my drinking glass. Go the whole trouble. I guess I could have just drunk water, but I don't want to drink water. I want something interesting. And this is a bit of an experiment, what I just made here. So we'll see what it's like. Anyway, I mean, I might not like it. My homemade ginger ale. Very light. Oh, wow. Sorry, I inhaled some of the bubbles coming off that. Gosh darn. Ooh, no, that is actually quite nice. Very lightly gingery. Yum, nice. Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna show you this video just for a couple of minutes while I have a conversation. Okay, so we'll do this. Should have see that, and I'll turn off my microphone and start this video. G'day cocktail lovers. It's a while since I've done a video like this, a concoction in the kitchen. Thought I'd do one. This one actually has its birth literally years ago when I decided, what would Vegemite vodka be like? And I literally got some vodka and a couple of spoonfuls of Vegemite, let it sit for a while, and then tasted it. In fact, I got some of my friends to taste it. It was awful, okay? Spoiler alert, it was terrible. And it just kind of sat for literally years. Then recently, a friend suggested, why don't you milk Clarified? That might make it palatable. That's what I did, and it came out this nice, clear, amber brown color where it used to be a very murky, dark brown with little bits of Vegemite floating in it. So maybe this is going to work. I was going to drink straight from the bottle, but I thought, pour it into a little glass. Have some goddamn class. Oh, that is bad. That is still bad. That is so salty. So no way am I going to be drinking Vegemite vodka anytime soon, just by itself. But given how salty it is, I thought maybe I could use it to make a dirty martini. With a gin base, of course, I'm going to start with 2 ounces of this from Never Never. It's their beeswax and olive gin, one of their limited editions. It's got a nice savoury flavour. It's going to go very well in a dirty martini, starting with 2 ounces, 60 mils of gin. Time to dirty it up a bit. I was thinking of just putting a bar spoon in, but you know what? I'm throwing caution to the wind. I'm going to put in half an ounce or 15 mils of my Vegemite vodka. As one would expect for a martini, now comes some vermouth, a dry vermouth from South Australia, Unico Pomelo. It's actually got some citrus elements in here, very unusual for a vermouth, but it works really well, makes really good martinis. I'm going to add half an ounce or 15 mils of dry vermouth. To round things out, I'm going to add 2 dashes of orange bitters to our stirring glass. Just realising with the addition of vodka, this is essentially a Vesper, a James Bond martini. But James Bond is an idiot. This will be stirred, not shaken. So we're going to add ice to our glass and stir that for 20-25 seconds to get it chilled and get a little bit of dilution. Then we're going to strain it into a chilled martini glass and add a twist of lemon. Another touch James Bond would agree with. And here we have our Vegemite Vespa Martini, a dirty Vespa. Let's see what it's like. Wow, that actually works. That's why dirty martinis are popular. Putting the salty element in with your gin and vermouth works quite well. So on its own, that Vegemite vodka is terrible. But in a dirty martini, it absolutely works. So there you go. If you ever do an experiment and it fails and you don't like it, don't give up. Down the line, you might find another way to use it. I think if you're not already subscribed, me drinking that Vegemite vodka has warranted a sub. But whatever you're doing, I hope you do take care, look after yourself, and I hope to see you again. Until I do see you, I will say cheers. Oh, wow. Wait, where are we? Go away. I'm back. Go away, video. I'm back. Okay. So, yes, that's my little video. I edited that last night while we otherwise would have been on the stream. So, at least, I guess it was productive, my time off the stream. So, yeah. Now this is good. It's only really lightly ginger flavor, but I got that real ginger tingle on my lips and on my tongue. That's a winner. It's really nice. Yum. It's a little diversion so Angry just doesn't drink alcohol all night. Safa, I literally did turn my modem on and off again. Yes. I like at the PowerPoint. And that might have even helped. I don't know. But it was the internet was really fucked on. Like Mrs. Angry was trying to watch something on streaming and it would just break up and then the internet would come back for a couple of minutes and it would download a bit of it and then it was fucked. But it seems stable today. I did get a text from Telstra like, sorry, I'm fixing your NBN. Hey, forgot your water. Speaking of which, I feel like I should probably fill up this water reservoir. Yeah, I should, because I might want to drink some water. All right, so I'll just keep talking while I do this. There we go. There's only a little bit of water in this jug. Man, I'm going to have to go through this cycle. So, all right, we just do this. Put some water in the reservoir. All right, okay. And I'm going to fill up my water. I've actually got 2 water filter thingies over here. So, fill up one. And then I'm going to fill up the other one. Right, let those filter through. No filters through, I'll go in the reservoir. I got really busy in the kitchen this afternoon. Besides, as I said, making bangers and mash, making the mash from scratch, not difficult, but slightly time consuming, and I did it. And then, okay, I'll show you what I made. I'm making what we call an oleo saccharum. I peeled some lemons. Those are lemon peels. And now I cover them in raw sugar. Normally I use white caster sugar, but I saw more than one person online recommending doing it with raw sugar. So I'm making this with raw sugar. So this would be a syrup for cocktails. Be a lemony, sugary syrup. Honestly, I also put this sort of thing on pancakes sometimes. Lemon sugar syrup. It's yummy. So Yeah, the sugar leaches the oils out of the peel and liquefies, and it's pretty liquid now. But I'm going to leave that till at least the morning, and then maybe even add a little bit of hot water to completely dissolve the sugar. So, how much do the water filters cost? It's just a Brita filter. I don't know. You can get the small ones in the supermarket. I also got this bigger one. I don't remember if like got that from Target or Costco or something. Sorry, Safi, you want to see the water filter? Is that what you want to see? I'm going to show you the other thing I made in the kitchen. A clarified cocktail. Oh, so look at this. It's like 700 mils. And it's mostly gone. Well, you can't really see. It's just like sludge in there at the moment. Semi-liquid sludge. That's the curds from the milk that I put through. This is, let's see, that's 2 sorts of rum, sweet vermouth, orange juice, pineapple juice, a dark sugar syrup. It's like a coconut sugar syrup, as in a syrup made with coconut sugar, very strongly flavored. When I had a little cheeky taste of that, the dominant taste was this coconut syrup, and then clarified with milk. So I am going to try that. Be like, you want the syrup? Okay. Safa. Okay, so all you need to do to make this, like, I don't know if you can see, if I do that, there's a liquid goop. So you just put sugar on peel and it draws the oils out and liquefies. And just, it's an amazing syrup. It's citrusy because it's the oils, not the juice. So it's like citrusy without being sour. And of course, sweet because it's all fucking sugar. Really good in cocktails. You know, you could add it to lemonade to make a cordial. Oh yeah, no, I agree, Safa. That does kind of look like cereal, because the peel, as the sugar draws the oils out, it shrinks a bit, almost candied. Okay. Now I just got to do a little thing here. Do. Okay, fucking hell. It just took me a second for my brain to start working. Okay. Now see if this works. All right. Just sending a message. And Dr. Abigail, I'll tell you if there's a problem. Okay. Just secret squirrel messages. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. How are you? So, Michael, you had to pause the video. The audio, no, dude, the Vegemite vodka was terrible. It was very bad. It was very bad. And Megaleech gave the interesting suggestion of milk clarifying it. Still very bad, just so salty. But then I used it to make a dirty martini, and it's actually good. Like, not palatable, not passable, actually good. Might even make another one tonight with a different gin. Maybe one of these ones Kirsten gave me. Or the Archie Rose Bone Dry. Is that? Oh, sorry. That's empty because I put it in my freezer martini. Cool. But that's also a potentially useful little bottle I might keep. So, Kirsten, if I was going to make, getting your expert opinion, if I was going to make a dirty martini, which would be the best gin? The Imbue Suburban, the Imbue The Journey, or the Archie Rose Bone Dry? Just throwing it out there, exploiting your expertise, because that's the thing I do. I'm just texting my offspring a message. Okay, we're good. Bone dry for martinis. Well, that's kind of what I thought, actually. That is what I use bone dry for. Marco had an idea. Why doesn't it seem like governments, organizations have any backup plans? That would be interesting because that's the area I work in, not specifically the internet going down for war-related reasons, but that's what we would call a disaster, and you want a disaster recovery plan. Yeah, landlines, faxes, relay. Yeah, I know. Look, what we've seen in the last decade or two, and I can't speak for how much any government around the world is prepared for this. If governments don't have a contingency plan for the complete collapse of the global economic system, a pandemic even more devastating than COVID, the complete cutting off of international supply lines, catastrophic natural disasters. If governments aren't putting effort into real plans for real disasters, they're just playing Russian roulette with like 3 bullets in the chambers. Yes, I agree that we'd be all fucked up. I mean, we'd survive, but we would be all fucked up if the internet absolutely ceased to function. But what if fuel couldn't be transported internationally? Any government that doesn't have a plan for if fuel could not be transported internationally is taking an unacceptable risk. That's the short version, Micro. Something worse than COVID, and it's not just your government, would only look after the rich. So, but the fact that we have had a global financial, not complete collapse, but really troublingly close to collapse. We have had a global pandemic. We have had temporary interruptions to supply chains. Any government that doesn't have a plan for the total and absolute failure of those systems is not doing their job. Heine, I did not read anything claiming Australia won't intake sea mail anymore. That just on the surface sounds so weird. I don't understand it at all. It's weird. Yes, well, see, Micro, we have wholeheartedly supported the last 5-6 decades of spreading freedom. Not exactly a major player in it, but certainly since the Vietnam War, unwaveringly supported every foreign adventure that the US has done. So yeah, we don't necessarily have the wherewithal to launch freedom on our own, but we do have the track record of wholeheartedly supporting any time the US thinks a bit of freedom's called for somewhere. So we're more cheerleaders than anything. We're not, so find myself falling into American football speak. We're not the starting quarterback, but we're really good cheerleaders. So, well, you probably could make biofuel out of snakes, quite honestly. No. What there's been some interesting research in Australia. We should be doing orders of magnitude more with solar than we are. There were some very interesting experiments, and I don't know what stage they got up to, if they turned out to be practical or not, but they were experiments with thermal power. And I know there was some experiments with tidal power as well, as in the tides of the oceans turning turbines, generating electricity. But the thermal one I found very interesting. And there was this experiment, and I don't know what stage it got to or not, but it was to do these in the desert, do these really tall chimneys, and I mean a kilometer tall. So this is a pretty significant engineering undertaking, and is basically funneling the hot air. And again, in the desert, the air just gets phenomenally hot. It's either down the chimney or up the chimney, and the theory is it formed really high winds, which turns turbines and generates electricity. I don't know what happened with that. Dr. Abigail, toads again. We could. There's lots of oils in the toads. I think we could turn them into biofuels. Hey, Jason. Oh, last night, I couldn't stream. My internet just fucking died. Yes, don't lick toads. Although, if you know how to control the dose, they are hallucinogenic. They're also poisonous. It's one of those things, fine line between tripping out and dying with cane toads. Heine, you've read some articles. There's temporary suspension, inbound sea mail, prohibited items coming into the country. That's literally, I've not seen a reference to that. I know. I thought everything had to come through customs anyway. Who knows? So it just reminded me, I remember driving down Great Ocean Road, and there were a couple sort of beaches and inlets, and there are signs that's like, if you see a boat coming, if you're driving here and you see a boat coming in here and unloading shit, don't go near them, but call this number and report it. Because basically, there are all these little places on the coast where a boat could come in, avoiding customs, etc., and unload their illegal cargo. I thought that was interesting the first time I saw it. And some of these various little bays and beaches on the coast, just signs saying, if you see someone looking sus as fuck, don't go down there. Don't interact with them at all. Just call this number. Micro, refugees definitely get stopped at sea here and put in our torture camps. It's the only way to describe them. Really cruel, evil torture camps. I'm just doing that. Just typing a little message. Because that's the thing I do. Black Metal Heart, narco submarines. I have heard of that happening in various parts of the world. See, cocaine is a motivator, Black Metal Heart. I mean, sure, we've all heard the bad news about cocaine. Cocaine gets quite the bad rep and all that sort of stuff. But I think any reasonable person would have to admit it's a hell of a motivator. Cocaine gets shit done. It's like I need to put a thing in front of this video, paid product placement. Yes, I was paid by Big Cocaine to extol its virtues. No, I mean, I wish, but No, that's what we call a joke, kids. Um, uh, Micro Americans immigrated. Yes. No, no, okay. Micro, here's the thing, and I've mentioned this guy before. Way back when I were at college with AIDSy, back in the day in Bathurst, our principal at that time, Mel McMichael. I'm just going to say his real name because who fucking cares? He's probably dead now. He was an American. He was an alumnus of Oregon State University. So he worked up an exchange program with his old alma mater. So each year, like half a dozen of our students would go to OSU for a year, and half a dozen OSU students would come out here. And most of them would go back. One, my friend Todd, he stayed. And in a thing that will always be funny to me, uh, he met and married a Scottish lass. So, yeah, she had come from Scotland and settled in Australia. He had come from America and settled in Australia. They met each other and married happily ever after, still together with kids and all that sort of stuff. So he was pretty cool together guy, though. Well, again, cocaine with a silent generation mothers through their children housework. Not so much cocaine, but amphetamines. Definitely. Ah, yes, beavers. Beavers were actually their mascot. Um, uh, Jason, there's a funny joke in the original Hairspray movie with Divine, which I never got at the time because I didn't know it was commonplace from like the mid and late 20th century to dose housewives up on amphetamines. They were called diet pills. And Divine, playing the mother in that, says at one point she's taking in all this laundry that she irons for money, and she's telling her daughter Ricky Lake to fuck off. Essentially, just stop bothering me. I've got 6 more baskets to iron, and these diet pills are wearing off. I didn't get that at all. I didn't get diet pills meant amphetamines. I didn't understand that there was this thing of just fucking dosing up housewives with serious drugs. I do remember years ago when I used to work in call centers, a woman on my team, she was, I was in my 20s. I think she was probably early 40s. And we may have been joking about recreational substances. And she said, "Oh, sucks to be you. Uh, you just have to be like an over 30 woman and go into a doctor and go, I feel run down and tired and I can't get housework done." And he's going to prescribe you medical grade amphetamines. I'm like, that seems unfair. Not a very addictive. Jason. Oh, yeah. ADHD medications, basically amphetamines. Okay. What's my text massage here? All right, little massages going back and forth, trying to sort things out. I had diet pills. Christ, how long ago was that? 20 years. Duramine. Holy fuck, that stuff's wild. Bum fungus. How you going? All right, so yeah, man, if I could get a doctor to just prescribe me Duramine again, because I want to lose weight again. Man, that shit fucking works. It doesn't occur to you to eat when you're on that. And in fact, like, you're meant to take one of these pills a day, and you'll like take them first thing. Because if you take it after about 10 or 11 a.m., you're not sleeping that night. And in fact, they were so strong when I was taking them. I was only having one every other day, which is great because then the prescription lasted twice as long. Bum fungus, technically not meth, definitely amphetamine though. Uh, and So yeah, I guess methamphetamine is a subset of amphetamine, and duramine's a different subset of amphetamine. I don't know. I don't know the chemical things, but it was prescription, and yeah, the doctor even said you got to be a bit careful with this stuff. It can be addictive, and I'm not even sure that it's chemical addiction is the biggest risk. Just the feeling of woo is, and I definitely, this is no, didn't do this, didn't save any of them up and take a bunch of them in one go for a big night out. Didn't do that. That would be dangerous. And kids, don't do drugs. Okay. Oh dear. In Minecraft. Not even in Minecraft, actually. Don't do it in Minecraft. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. So I'm rambling now. All right. So I had our plan, as you may maybe be able to tell, with me doing messages back and forth. There's a side thing I was trying to do, and it doesn't look like it's working, which is like, boo. Oh well. Maybe don't give up. We can still try things. Trying to do things logistically on a Friday night. You know what the heck's going on? Okay. So that ginger cordial I had was I had the idea of making a ginger syrup because there's a whole bunch of cocktails that call for a ginger syrup, and I never make a ginger syrup. I know all these people who make it fresh; they chop up ginger and stuff. And they go, that seems like a lot of trouble. And I saw that ginger cordial and thought, oh, I could just like add a bit more sugar to that and make a good cocktail thing. But I put it in lemonade here, and it's good. All right, I'm going to see. All right. We're trying a thing. Can we make things happen? Oh, Jesus, Justin drove past that. The Christmas lights like a swastika. Ah, that doesn't seem like something you'd do accidentally. Jason. Oh, Sigma dude. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, those dudes are sad. Sad and delusional. And Jesus, if they were on amphetamines, that would at least be an excuse. Margaret, never understand people who keep their places dark and old. Pour you won't turn a lamp on. Give you $5 usage. Well, there is a problem that and this seems to be a problem around the world with old people are worried about their ability to pay their energy bills in winter, and they freeze to death because they think they can't pay for it, which is not good. So bomb fungus, your own pets are a hobby. There you go. Well, that is a glass half full approach. It is a hobby in and of itself. Well, it's already 9:30. Time marches on. But as I mentioned before, there is a real tingle from the ginger on that. And I only put a teeny bit in, probably not the recommended amount. So I think if you put the recommended amount, there'd be much more gingery. Micro, I'm with you. I don't sort of cut back on energy in winter. So Jason, Dee Dee did a good targeted ad the other day. Good looking mixing cordials. You do get some very interesting mixes these days. And also this thing that I got during lockdown, the Carbonator Carbo competitor for SodaStream, which is better than SodaStream in a couple of ways. They have some pretty exotic flavors, actually. Might even still have one or two of them left that I never used. But yeah, they're into some quite exotic flavors and for mixes. So, all right. So that's my. I'm a responsible person having a non-alcoholic drink. I think I want to try my big clarified cocktail I've been making. See what it's like. All right. Ugh. So, oof. Man, it just really smells like that coconut syrup I had. All right. Let's pour one out for the homies. Right, that's enough. It's quite dark. Right, I'll put this back over there. Oh, yeah, your dad was a put more clothes on type of guy. Well, like I said, it's a very real problem with older people, particularly, who in winter think they can't afford the heating and whatnot, and they fucking freeze to death. It's a real issue, and of course, going forward, as many places around the world get just unbearably hot in summer, we're going to see a real spike in the number of people who die from heat exhaustion in summer because they don't want to run up their bills with air conditioning, which is fucking expensive. And again, it's a big deal. All right, what do we got here? A massage. Yep, that's not a good message. I don't think. I don't think it came through right, and it's being retyped. So, Jason, you're like living in the dark and living furnace. Here's a toasty. I also get what you say about having lights out, good for TV lighting as well. Sorry. Jason, you're the one who's going to overheat. Yeah. So from home things now. Micro. Live with someone who didn't know they don't need to say something. They don't know what. Look, I think we've all been through that. And I think probably most of us have been that person as well. Yeah, no, the person in the house who's talking too much, telling you things you don't need to be told, that's a whole thing. All right. It's Sort of dark purpley red. Very nice. Sorry, I need to do one more message. Where are we? All right. Things not working well. Okay, see, that's a dangerous one. Like drinking, so you get the illusion that you're warm on the inside, does actually kill people. Anyway, really nice color. Oh man. Oh, that's wild. I can taste the coconut and the pineapple. It's a really rich sort of molassesy sugar flavor. Actually, this is like so sweet and rich. We want to drink a lot of it, but that's good to not want to drink a lot of it. Oh, neat. Heine, you're trying to catch the ISS flying over tomorrow night. Be interested to see what you get out of it. That's an interesting one, Zafa. Oh, I get notifications from the Epic Games Store about what's free. Fallout 3. I'm almost finished Borderlands 3. I think I've probably got like one more boss fight. And what's the other one I had? I think I had Mass Effect 1 to 3 to play. Oh, and I finally got fucking Red Dead to work on my PC tonight. And I was going to play through the nighttime mission. So if I ever brought it up on the laptop again, I wasn't forced to do stuff tonight. But I got vindictive because I was near that shitty town, the Van Horn Trading Post, where I did muck around and have a bit of a shootout on the stream, and I died because it's much harder to see and control things on the laptop than on my desktop. So I fired it up, and I just killed everyone in Van Horn. It was very therapeutic. Just started a fight, just killing everyone. Everyone got wound up, and it's the thing that I find funny. If you kill everyone who's awake, then it's like it stops, and then like people come out of their houses or wake up and they see dead bodies here, and you hear all these people going, "Damn, damn." And I was walking back through town. I thought, "Oh, I've got everyone." And then some people came out of the door looking like, "God damn, what happened?" And I don't know. I was bored, and I just pulled my gun out and like put it in the guy's face and blew his head off and said, "I happened." And then everyone started again. So then I killed everyone again. So I did that twice. Very therapeutic. Kill everyone in the town who's awake, and did it twice. But that meant I didn't do the nighttime mission. All right. Speaking of like gameplay, I'm trying to do a side mission while we're doing this stream. And all right, we're still making attempts on side mission. I'm just looking for instructions for this. Okay, still trying to do the side mission. And no, I haven't played Mass Effect or Fallout. Jason the Settlement, you hate it in Fallout 4. Killing them was its own reward. Yeah, there's a few places like that in Red Dead Redemption 2, as far as I'm concerned. Probably my favorite feature of the game in each area that you're in, whether you want to call it a state or whatever, there's an enemy, and it's like you don't lose honor by killing them. It's like a victimless crime. It's like, the O'Driscolls are the first ones you get, and then when you go down south, it's they're the clan basically. I've forgotten what they call themselves. Then you go in another area, and it's these fucking inbred hillbillies, the Murphy brood. And then we get right through the end where you're John Marsden. You go out in the desert. There's a bandit gang, I think. I love it. It's just there's this one group, and they're outlaws, but they're not your outlaws, and they're scumbags, and you can just kill them. Now, this side quest is being a drama. The side quest is still a thing. I often leave side quests undone, but this one, I'm just trying to make it happen. I'm just trying to get what is hopefully the final word on whether this side quest is going to work or not. So I don't know, we're getting some promising signs on the side quest now. do, do, do. Just, oh my God, so much going on. Safa, I don't know that that's an unpopular opinion. I just think all the prequels are very substandard. They have good battle scenes. I'll give them that. My God, what was that? I feel like we're getting a partial, like 75% success with the side mission. Disagree strongly, Black Metal Heart. Disagree strongly, Dr. Abigail. Although personal taste, and this being personal taste with entertainment / art, really no wrong answers. But I mean, I my biggest problem with the prequels is the dialogue is just fucking awful, just atrocious. And yeah, a lot of the set pieces and the action and particularly the battle scenes are very good in the prequels. All right. All right. Looks like we got about a 75% success with the side quest. Oh, Jason, so you're still talking about the Fallout thing. Small walled off town with turret. You just want to wipe them out. Okay. Oh, dear. Sorry, I was just going to think of a thing. All right. So that's the side quest is done. I can concentrate on the stream. Now, this is really interesting. It's like very sweet. It's very much dominated by the coconut sugar syrup and the pineapple juice. In fact, it's so sweet it would probably work if you added soda or lemonade to it, or maybe this. Give it some ginger. That would actually probably work. I don't know that I'll do that, but Yeah, it's good to have something, and it's good. Sorry, I'm not just looking at the comments about the prequels again. With the recent trilogy, I think the Force Awakens was good, far better than I expected. It's my unpopular opinion. The Last Jedi is the best of the saga movies, uh, um, and not an unpopular opinion. The Rise of Skywalker is the worst. I think that in so many ways, The Rise of Skywalker is worse than any prequel movie. Um, like stuff that is just brain shatteringly stupid. Like in just straight up Star Wars mythos, what Rey does makes her Sith. It's it's not even ambiguous. She kills the Emperor in anger. And what right back to Luke, that was explicitly stated. That's the way of the Sith. Safa, I don't buy that at all, that Ep9 was Kathleen Kennedy's fault. It was the director's fault. But also, I couldn't believe when it came out they didn't actually have a driving vision for the trilogy. They were just made up in isolation. Like Rian Johnson took it in such interesting directions with The Last Jedi, and they abandoned everything he did. They just abandoned everything he did for The Rise of Skywalker. It was just a steaming pile of shit. It made no sense. So for firing a director doesn't mean shit. Here's the thing. The one great truth about Hollywood that was coined by scriptwriter William Goldman, wrote the script for one of my favorite films, The Princess Bride, and the saying is, nobody knows anything. You want to go back and say, the best of all the Star Wars movies is Rogue One. It's just fucking awesome. And you go back, they had to do a bunch of reshoots and whatnot. And you go read the stuff people were saying about it before it came out. And just because all the talk about reshoots and whatnot, and it's going to be a disaster, it's going to be fuck man. The reshoots were a good idea. It was the best of the Star Wars movies, and I shall not be accepting any correspondence into that. But yeah, you know, she fired, and I do remember that now you bring it up. She fired the first director. You've got no evidence that was a bad move. Maybe it was. Maybe the artistic differences were right, but on the production side, the one thing that doesn't make any sense to me and is very difficult to forgive them for is they didn't have a vision for what the story was going to be across the arc of the trilogy. And that, to me, is ridiculous. Which is why you ended up with the fucking dog's breakfast that was The Rise of Skywalker, bore no relationship to anything that had come before it, and abandoned all of the good and interesting things Rian Johnson brought up in The Last Jedi. It's just unforgivable. It's terrible. The prequels were at least George Lucas's vision. There was a vision for it to go across the three movies. The most recent trilogy didn't have that apparently, and it showed the way it finished. It's just dumb. And anyway, now we've got Andor on Disney Plus, which I'm really enjoying, even though nothing's happened in it. Stuff has happened in it. It's been pretty cool. But the world building and the characters is very enthralling. I feel like they've been building up for a while to big action sequence, which I assume is the next episode. They can't draw it out. I don't think they can draw it out any further. I think the next episode has to be a big action sequence. Looking forward to it. Got a few things to catch up on this weekend. Abigail, I haven't watched any. I haven't finished She-Hulk. I got to finish She-Hulk tomorrow, and I think also the last episode of Fanfic of the Rings is out. I got to watch that as well. Yeah, because Andor's made by the same people who made Rogue One, so it's a prequel to Rogue One, and it is, it's the birth of the rebellion, and like I said, just the world building they've been doing for like 4 or 5 episodes is really, really good, and I'm very, very interested to see where they take it. Who knows? And actually, speaking of Disney Plus, I think they did a sort of silly thing for Halloween. I saw a trailer for it, Werewolf by Night, which they seem to be doing in the style of like a cheesy 1950s horror film. I don't know for sure that's what they're doing, but that's what the trailer looked like. I think it might be available now. That might be something I'll watch this weekend too. Who knows? So Jason, you wish Ryan rather than the studio the balls follow through with Ray and Kylo abandoning both sides. Yeah. But the reason, well, Ray's not abandoning both sides because what Kylo was talking about was killing Ray's friends. And Ray's like, I don't want to kill my friends. And but yeah, no, the resolution that they did, was that J.J. Abrams did, is just didn't make any sense. It was ridiculous. Oh yeah, I've heard Severance is very weird. That's an Apple Plus show, and I'm not paying for another streaming service, and I don't have the energy to go sailing in pirate bays. The principle, as I understand it, of Severance is, for whatever reason in this workplace, people agree to a procedure where while they're at work, they don't know who they are outside of work. Like, it's like part of their brain is sort of a severance. It's severed. And when they're at home, they don't remember anything of their work. So when they're at work, they don't remember who they are outside of work. And when they're outside of work, they don't remember their work. So conceptually, very, very weird and interesting. Finn, sorry, Safa, you reckon Johnson stuffed up film characters? I disagree. But again, it's just entertainment. It's just how you take the entertainment. It's not that thing. I think even the Casino Planet thing that didn't really work was a very interesting and important idea, because all the saga movies had just had like, oh, it's the rebellion and the empire. But what that was setting up is, you need to remember what happens in war. The aristocracy are outside of the war, and they're just living their lives and making profit without following on other sides. Safra, I think that's your imagination, Finn becoming a Jedi. And again, the fixation on Jedi is stupid. The Jedi are a bunch of fucking losers. And it cracked me up when people got upset at the idea that Luke had hidden himself and cut himself off from the Force, and all these people saying, all these people saying, "Oh, why did they do that to Luke?" And it's like, that's stupid. Why would he do it? Like, it's not stupid. What did Yoda and Obi-Wan do when they failed and fucked up and everyone got killed? They ran and they hid. They didn't lead a rebellion. They weren't conducting subterfuge to undermine the Empire. They ran and they hid. So that's what Luke did as well. Okay, see, Safa, that's different. Saying Finn's Force sensitive. And Rian Johnson did not fuck that up all. In fact, what Rian Johnson put in, there's that little bit right at the end with the kid in the stables who made the broom come to him, is setting up this whole... He was basically setting up this whole thing that the focus on bloodlines is weird and creepy, and anyone should be able to tap into the Force. And that got completely abandoned with the third one, The Rise of Skywalker. And that's a crime. Black Metal Heart, Luke was being hunted to death as well. Kylo Ren killed everyone in his academy and joined the First Order. But basically, the Jedi are a bunch of fucking failures. You look at the old Republic stories as well. What inevitably happens is they get fucking overthrown. But you know, Obi-Wan and Yoda failed dismally, and their failure caused millions, if not billions, of deaths. And they ran and they hid. You know, Luke fucked up. Everything he's setting up failed. And he was, you know, definitely the First Order were going to kill him. And he ran and he hid. And Safa, no, I didn't read any of the Star Wars comics. And I also didn't play the old Republic games or read any of the novelizations. I just know they failed. Because that's the recurring story of the Jedi. Failure. Ooh, I'm very unforgiving, aren't I? I'm very mean on these hippie fucking knights. And they're fucking failures. That's what they are. Bunch of failures. Yeah, I still live in hope that there's going to be a Taika Waititi Star Wars movie. Even if Thor Love and Thunder wasn't brilliant, it wasn't bad. I found it entertaining. I did see some people having a bit of a spat on social media, and they were very angry at Rusty's old Greek immigrant voice for Zeus, which I thought was hilarious in a really ridiculous way. Like, what the we're playing because Zeus is Greek, we're going to play him as the old Greek man who runs the fruit shop. And these people who were having a bit of a spat about it on social media, they were upset, and they were basically like blaming Russell Crowe, saying, and it's kind of like, I'm sorry, do you think that happened in isolation? Like, do you think Taika Waititi couldn't stop him. Do you think he wasn't involved in the decision to play Zeus that way? You can take exception to it by all means, but just really fucking stupid takes, suggesting that in this big multi-million-dollar movie, Russell Crowe did that on his own and no one could stop him. It's fucking clueless. So the difference between Hunting by Kylo Ren and Ramjunta is not Kylo Ren, it's the fucking First Order, the neo-Nazis, the creepy fucks who thought, oh yeah, you know, that fascist empire, we want to do that, but bigger. And yeah, it's just a show. And so much of it is open for interpretation, obviously. What's not up for interpretation? The Jedi are losers. I did see a fun meme. So, Safi was saying, did the Sith succeed? I saw a fun meme with someone, and they're like watching all the Star Wars things for the first time. I go, what? So, you're saying that no matter how many times they, you know, overthrow oppression, it just falls back into fascism? That's dumb. Same person looks at the world we're actually living in. Oh, wait, I get it now. Mimsy, what are you doing? You want to come up and say hello? What you doing? Being a weirdo? Going to come up here and say hello? Yes, she is. She's going to come up and say hello. Come on. Come on. No, not on my lap. Come up here. Come up here. Come on. That's it. Come on. Get up here, you little weirdo. Oh, God, you're such a fucking weirdo, Mimsy. All right, I got my mic back, I think. Fucking hell. Mimsy, you're going to come up here and say hello. Up here. Up here. Yeah, up here. Go up there, I'll give you a piece of bacon. Nah. Jedi losers except Qui-Gon. And where did that get him? He got killed. What are you doing, Mimsy? She had a vet visit today, and the vet thinks she's doing okay. Well, there you go. You get a Mimsy tail on the stream. What are you doing? Oh, come here. Come here, silly cat. Sit up here. There you go. Sit there. There. That's better. Don't show your butthole to the stream. That's a terrible cat streak. Come around here. Yeah, that's it. Do that way. Oh, yeah, Justin, of course you're going to get trolls on social media. People are fucking weird, man. And again, the right wingers are just disconnected from reality. It's really freaky, this shit they say. So, yes, Mimsy, the vet says they think you got better. And we say, you don't live with her. You don't know what a grumpy shit she is. But look at her. She's sitting there like nothing is wrong. I'll just sit here. I'm a good cat. Yeah. All right. Well, if you be a good cat, I'll give you a treat. Not necessarily tonight, maybe in the morning. It depends how late I stay up, and so what time I get up in the morning. Because I'm going out tomorrow night for a booze tasting thing, which is not going to be a late night, but is, more than a dozen exhibitors, and they have, at least 3 to 6 things each to exhibit. You're going to do tastings. Apparently, theoretically, I'm meant to, spit it out like the wine people do. Go, I don't know if I have the willpower to spit it out. Like, I've literally never done this. I've never gotten to a thing with spirits where there's just like a shit ton of spirits to taste. I don't normally taste spirits by and spitting them out. But with all these ones on hold, maybe I need to do that. Maybe you want to pat? Yes. Yes. So this will be a new experience for me. I'm going to a big tasting thing with lots of spirits. So we'll see how that goes. I'll give you like a report on Sunday night, maybe. Now, see, Ray, Heine, it's not about Ray killing the Emperor. Ray killed the Emperor in anger. That is absolutely categorically no grey area makes Ray Sith. That is absolute, unavoidable. That is one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever seen. It's Jason. Oh, yeah, the cookers, man. Oh, right, yeah. No, cloud seeding is a real thing where certain chemicals are put in clouds in the hope of inducing rain. But of course, the cookers are paranoid about chemtrails and things. They're just fucking lunatics. Is that true, Justin? Facebook got rid of the ability to target left-wing or right-wing voters. That's weird. Or people in that I've got a Facebook paranoid just because they helped several fucking ethnic cleansings. I remember having this argument with someone a while back why Mark Zuckerberg is a vile fucking piece of shit. And they go, he's not, he's neutral. And I went, he has profited from ethnic cleansing. He has made money through ethnic cleansing. Oh, that's stupid. No, he hasn't. Then I gave them all the references, all the sources that shows how Facebook was instrumental in ethnic cleansings in multiple countries. And so this person goes, it's not real. I showed them it was real. And they're like, oh, well, you're just stupid. And it's like, fucking hell, man, I just gave you the evidence. And yes, as you say, Jason, that is the Emperor's actual line. Strike me down and your journey to dark world will be straight. And that's what Ray does. It's ridiculous. Oh my God, a cook is actually saying the floods are due to cloud seeding. Oh God. So we get environmental. They are fucked. And again, Safi, you may be being light-hearted or tongue-in-cheek or hyperbolic, but based on the evidence we have, Facebook would have taken money from the Nazi Party. Based on the evidence we have, that's not a stretch. What was the other one? Oh, yeah. And this was actual politicians. I mean, Craig Kelly barely counts as a politician, but there's that fucking steaming pile of shit. I think he's a national, Matt Canavan. God, he's a fucking cunt. But they're basically, because there's a report going that there was a fairly sharp rise in excess deaths in Australia in the last year or so. Like, big fucking surprise. Because COVID tends to kill people after they've recovered from COVID. And these fucking cunts are going, oh yeah, it's the vaccines. The vaccines killed people. It's like, and medical people being as polite as possible, saying there is no evidence whatsoever to support that. And there are fucking truckloads of evidence like, oh yeah, even people who recover from COVID are really susceptible to the following. And it's like the majority of things that are killing the people who are dying. And it's just like, I fucking hate them. I fucking hate them so much. If I have, not that I want to say anything criminal, but let's say in Minecraft, if they were on my server in Minecraft and I could remove them from my server forever, permanently, so no one ever saw them again, I'd do it in Minecraft. Ray didn't use a hatred, only half of it. Is a gritty face same as a hatred face? Yeah. It's just it actually does my head in that they would do something so ridiculous as the whole thing. Luke had to resist killing the Emperor so he didn't go to the dark side, and Rey didn't. And it's just like, but we established that means you're on the dark side. Fuck's sake. It's not even it's so aggravating. I'm going to put the maple syrup back in the fridge. Okay. All right. Where is that? Oh, we'll just put it. No, I'll put it there. Come on. You can do it, buddy. You can do it. Mimsy being good, just sitting there, keeping company. Should I get you a treat? I bet if I asked the stream if you should get a treat, they would say, yes, Mimsy should get a treat. But you seem okay just sitting there. Maybe I'll give you a treat in the morning. And yes, there was that thing where Luke did get angry and struck at the Emperor, and Vader stopped him. So Vader actually saved Luke twice. Once stopping him from killing the Emperor, which, through forced magic, I'm sure they're going to say wouldn't have killed the Emperor and Luke would have been across the dark side. But then, of course, like literally saving him when the Emperor was going to kill him. So, yes, Vader killed him twice. There's, we were talking about comics earlier. There were some Darth Vader comics that I read some reviews of. They seemed very good. And it was like side story stuff that was happening, off camera in the time of the original trilogy. But there's one that led up to that final confrontation. And it was very interesting as I understood the review. It's Vader realizing the Emperor has betrayed him. The Emperor no longer values him. The Emperor thinks Luke's where it's all at. And his plan is to have Vader killed and Luke take his place. And so Vader in his rage was like, I was going to kill my son for you and you're just using both of us. And there's this great frame I saw where Vader's on the Death Star. He's looking at this big viewing port, like huge window, thinking about how he now realizes the Emperor has betrayed him and intends to have him killed. And he's just going, now my son's coming and this is the final. And just he's focused, and the glass cracks. It's just like Vader's barely contained rage is like sending little force waves out, and the glass cracks on this big viewing thing. Well, that was pretty neat. Justin, you're worried trolls can sue you for blocking them. Well, there's been some truly, truly stupid pronouncements by a number of courts in the US that are, as anyone who's even vaguely has an understanding of the law goes, this is completely unconstitutional. They're just doing blatantly political things that can't possibly survive appeal. But I don't know. It feels like we're witnessing the complete collapse of the American empire, so who fucking knows? Who knows what comes next? Just people are openly preaching about how their goal is to subvert the democratic process, to have complete control over election results from now on. It's like fucking weird. It's just the blatant element of what they're doing as just like they're just not even pretending. It's just fucking wild. And yeah, I don't think I'll ever get it. Oof. Oh, what's this? Sorry, I got a text massage. Okay, well, that's gonna work for a little while. What the fuck is going on here? Jesus. Fuck is going on? Oh shit, what the fuck is wrong with that? My God. Okay. Oh, Christ almighty. I don't even know it's working. Honestly. Oh. Okay, what's this? Okay, that should be working now. What the fuck? All right. At least a partial success on side quest, which is nice. Fuck me. That is so fucking weird. I'm just so paranoid now about this fucking microphone. Sava, I hate all imperialists. But again, talking about evil empire immigrants, it gets complicated. Like, who are you calling evil and whatnot? Oof. Sorry, it's just another message about the side quest, and it's like, yay! And speaking of, no, it's not AIDSy. It's something else. AIDSy's just not up for the stream tonight. I did message him, and he had a few things overwhelming him. Oof, I think I need to make a toilet break, though.
G'day.
So I might play one of my silly videos. It's only less than 4 minutes, which is probably enough time for me to take a wee-wee. All right. So I'm going to share the screen. Put this video on. Oh, wait a sec. I just thought of something. Just have to double check that I'm doing this right. Okay. There we go. Okay, so there's my wacky characters that I do. I'm going to turn my microphone off, this on, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
G'day cocktail lovers and welcome to the Cocktail Dough, where we bring you all the excitement of big league cocktails. I'm Chuck Katz and with me is my co-host Archbishop. Yeah, and today we're going to mark Whiskey Sour Day with Mr. Angry showing us what makes a bad whiskey sour and what makes a good whiskey sour. Well, that intrigues me because I've always enjoyed a whiskey sour, so I'm wondering how people could screw up such a pretty easy cocktail. One thing, Chuck, sour mix. Never use sour mix. This comes straight from the devil. I'll let you decide what bodily fluid it is. Well, from the look of it, it's piss. Well, I'm going to say it's jizz. How do you figure that? Well, this is the devil we're talking about. What makes you think infernal fluids? Why do you think they'll be the same as human ones? Oh, fair call. I forgot you're a student of the occult. Back to the real evil. I don't even know where this comes from. I'm assuming it was left over from some party or other, just been gathering dust. I saw whiskey sour days coming up, so I thought I'm going to make a whiskey sour with this just to get a real comparison of how terrible it is. There's 70 mils in this little bottle, so I'm guessing that's enough for 2 drinks. So I'm going to add half of this and 2 ounces of a whiskey I'm probably going to regret wasting to a shaker glass, add ice, shake and serve. With my apologies, there it is. Oh, that tastes like sugar and disappointment. Oh, I was going to say saccharine and despair. You get what I'm saying? This is not how you make a good cocktail. I remember hearing stories of Americans saying they thought a whiskey sour was a terrible drink, and I couldn't work out why. And then I heard it's because they had this college experience where it was cheap whiskey and that sour mix crap. No wonder they didn't like it. Here's how easy it is to make a good whiskey sour. Start with 2 ounces or 60 mils of a whiskey you like in a shaker glass. To that, you want to add half an ounce to 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice according to your taste. Use fresh if you've got it, but whichever you go with, around 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice in your shaker. Next, we want to add half an ounce or 15 mils of sugar syrup to our shaker. To put a little bit of complexity in there, it's worth adding 2 to 3 dashes of Angostura bitters into your shaker as well. And I like my sour foamy, so I'm going to add a couple of drops of Wonder Foam. Of course, you can use egg white or aquafaba, however you like to do it, but we add that, and that's all our ingredients. To get the best foamy result, we're going to start with a dry shake. That means no ice in the shaker, put it together, bang it in hard, give that a really solid shake for 20 or so seconds. Then we add ice to the shaker, put it together again, bang it in hard, shake that for another 15 to 20 seconds. We strain that into a chilled glass, add a couple of drops of Angostura bitters to the foam if you're feeling fancy, and there we have a whiskey sour that's actually good. Now this is a good drink. Get a great balance between the whiskey, sugar and lemon. Oh, and the waft of the bitters from the top. That's a nice dimension too. You know, this makes me want to add something to our usual motto, Arch. What, you mean on top of life's too short to waste time on boring cocktails? Yes, I'd like to add friends don't let friends use sour mix. Cheers!
Okay, I'm back. Okay, and Mimsy's, sorry, I moved this. My microphone going to go off again? There you go. Mimsy's still here. Aren't you, Mimsy? Yes, you are. Oh, gosh. That was a big stretch. Right, let's decide if I'm going to have another drink. And if so, what? What indeed should I drink? Like I never got like congestion in my nose. I feel like I have to blow my nose, which is just super. I won't do it on camera. Super gross. I make snorky noises off camera. Maybe I don't know, Friday night martini time. And just try that and have a bit of a chill time. It'd be good. Okay. No, I feel like I do need to blow my nose. I've got some weird congestion happening. But I can two birds with one stone. I can stand up, get my martini glass, and have a martini. That's it. Okay. Let's do that. All right. This will just take a sec. I'm just going to go over here, off camera. No blowing nose on camera. Possibly unpleasant snorky noises, though. Okay, I don't think that was too bad. Yeah, feels weird, though. Okay. I don't know if that's a sign of tiredness. My nose getting a bit congested. Right. Get a martini glass. Mimsy knows what's up. We're going to check it out casually, my martini. That's all right. I topped up the freezer martini the other night. Well, that's interesting. What's that residue from? From my vermouth, maybe? What's that, Mimsy? The squeaky noise attracted her. It's not a cat toy. It's a human toy. The martini. All right. Put that back in there. Okay. So, here we are. Cruising into a Friday night. Actually, the setup here is just giving me shit. I was thinking, topics. Is there anything in the news not super depressing? Okay, Victorian weather. Thousands ordered to evacuate. Let's see. North Korea, no, that's depressing. Floods. God. Okay. What's going on? Nothing very interesting. No, nothing good. Sorry. You see these fact check things, and some are like, "Oh, okay, that's not religion." And sometimes you go, "Really? Someone had to bother?" AFP fact check. Video falsely claimed vaccinated individuals are no longer human. Could you imagine if your job was to treat something like that at least mildly seriously? Oh wow, Dr. Abigail, that's biggest panic attack of your life. God damn. Well, I'm glad you got past it. And yes, no, we won't talk about it, but yeah. Well, I'm glad you feel able to rejoin. I mean, I've told the story before, but probably not for a while, about my older brother, like, growing up in country towns, and it's not a done thing for a bloke to get mental health help or advice. And he just described to me this one time what he called the fear. And he's going like, wake up in the mornings and not know what was going to happen. And sometimes, and he would feel it like a physical weight on his chest. And he's like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to function because of the fear. And, he goes, oh, it feels like I'm dying. It feels like, and I went, that's called a panic attack. That's a thing, and there's treatments for it. And his relief was, it's not just me. That's a thing. And I'm going, yeah, it's a thing. You can get help for it. It happens to other people. One of the things we mean when we talk about toxic masculinity, because you get these, I don't know if they're morons or if they're just arguing in bad faith. They say that you're saying all men are toxic, masculinity is toxic. You go, no, we are talking about things that are pushed as, the epitome of masculinity, that are toxic, that are poisonous, that are dangerous, that are deadly, and not just to other people, to men, like men not seeking help, men not going to the doctor, men thinking if they show any crack in their armor, they're weak and not men anymore. Toxic masculinity is behaviors and attitudes driven by concepts of masculinity that are literally toxic, that are dangerous, that kill people. It just, and like I said, just the way these right wingers react is, there's always, I feel like with these real blowhards, you can do like an XY chart, and it's going like one axis is stupidity and one axis is pure evil. And there's somewhere on them. Some of them are less evil but more stupid, and some of them are less stupid but more evil. But they're in there somewhere. Their actions and motivations and talking points are driven by some awful combination of stupidity and evil, and it's very disturbing to watch. Josie Nathan knock-on effects of being the satellite town of Tamworth. Is that the country music? Is that she? Yeah, Heine, I don't want to get down. I feel I'm responsible for dragging stuff down in a negative territory. I'm going to move things to a more positive area. In fact, can I actually? What happens if I search for positive, uplifting news? Do I get a 404 error? Oh, there's actually an outlet called Positive News. There you go. You actually, okay, you get results if you search for positive news. Who is Mark Rylance? His name sounds vaguely familiar. So I'm assuming do we have to subscribe to this for £30? I bet. God, even the guy who's Mark. Okay, now I need to know who Mark Rylance is because he looks familiar. Mark. Okay, the auto completes for Marks. Mark Zuckerberg, not surprising, he's the top. Mark Wahlberg. Mark Hoppus, I don't even know who that is, an American musician. Mark Cuban. And Mark Ruffalo. There you go. But Mark Rylance. He's a British actor. I knew I'd seen him and stuff. Oh, yeah. I recognize him now. He's a Sir. Wow. Born in 1960. So what does that make him? 62 now. All right. All right. So Mark Rylance is an actor. I recognize him now. What's he famous for? He was a stage actor. He was the artistic director of Shakespeare's Globe Theatre for 10 years. What's something famous? Still plays. No one cares about Theatre Man. I recognize him. Oh god, he was in Ready Player One. There you go. God, that movie fucking sucked. Oh, that's what I saw him in an ad for recently, Waiting for Barbarians, which I haven't actually watched. All right, I just want to. Where's his IMDb? Okay. What's he been in? He was in Bridge of Spies, the BFG, Dunkirk. That's right, he was in Dunkirk. Ready Player One. I don't remember in that. That was shit, that movie. I haven't read the book. Some people say the book is shit too. I was just looking at his history. Like, okay. I think I recognized him from Dunkirk, actually. And I've seen the ad for Waiting for the Barbarians, but I haven't watched it. Jason, we want the Greens weed bill to go through. I mean, it should be decriminalized, but it would decriminalizing it, or even not decriminalizing it, but we also need a restructure of the drug driving laws because the test that's done at the moment is in no way reflective of impairment, and that's fucked. Because again, breath testing for alcohol is not flawless, but has solid medical evidence for it being a measure of impairment while driving. But the drug tests they do, which can get you lose your license and have a criminal record, is in no way related to impairment, is literally just detecting some trace of the various drugs in your system. I don't think people who are immediately under the influence of drugs should drive. Just put that out there. But the test at the moment does not measure impairment. We need a test that measures impairment. Dr. Abigail, is there a Ready Player 2? Is that like a book or movie or planned movie? So if you've never had a car drug test, I think I have. I know I've been breath tested, and these days they tend to do both. So honestly, I can't specifically, unequivocally remember being drug tested randomly, but I feel like it may have happened. Okay, so it's a book. Probably won't get made into a movie because the movie didn't do very well, and it was a Spielberg movie, and it did not do well. Safa, you reckon the US has an impairment test for drug driving? I don't know. Honestly, I haven't looked into it, but I know for a fact the test done in Australia does not measure impairment. It just follows trace amounts in your system. Now, I'm not a weed guy, so it's not. I'm not, defending myself. I'm not driving around high all the time. I don't and never have done weed, so I'm just saying it's unreasonable for there to be this punitive drug testing thing when it isn't even testing impairment. So sorry, I'm eating a chip, obviously. Jason, never miss a moment to give your son a hug, high five, power bump. Hasn't changed his obscure taste in weed. Yes, positive reinforcement for kids. Oh, flavor ASMR. I'm actually cheddar grain waves. They're very crunchy, and it's kind of rude that I'm crunching on the stream because they are very crunchy. Are you coming back, Mimsy? You gonna come back up here? Okay, you are. You're gonna come back. Say hello to everyone. Should I give you a treat, or should the treat wait till morning? You're gonna come. Come on, come up here. She's so indecisive. It's like come up here. Weird cat. Yeah, come on, all the way up. There you go, all the way up. Come up and sit on your little thing. There's a scratching post at the bottom of this little cat tower that she absolutely shreds. That's good. That's what it's for. It's for you to shred, Mimsy. Yes, it is. It's for you to shred. Just what we like. Mimsy to shred things. You do it less on the lounge if you do it more on this. Oh, look at you, you big sook. I should actually, I'll find a picture because she's all fucking skin and bones, and I don't think it actually translates to the video camera how skinny and bony she is. But if I bring up my Facebook, it was in memories from 4 or 5 years ago. A picture I posted of Mimsy, and she's a real fatty. She looks very happy. So I've got to work out how to find it. Right. How do I find it? Oh God, what's going on here? I don't even know. Oh, why you got to do me like this, Facebook? Wait, what's here? Blood donations. What the fuck? I can't find memories, but I found blood donations. This is all a fucking drama. Okay, I don't know. If I search memories, does that come up? It fucking did. All right, I'll find the picture. Now I'm just going to find a picture of Fat Mimsy lounging about, and there she is. All right, I'm going to share this picture now, just for something to do. So there's Fat Mimsy lounging in the sunlight. That's from 5. Wait a sec. Was it 4 years ago or 5 years ago? 5 years ago. There you go. So she's a real fatty. Now she's all skinny. I'm not at all sure how well the camera captures just how fucking skinny she is now. No, Heine, it's Mimsy's age that she thinks seriously before climbing up on the thing now. She's old. Like, she's like at least 17 in human years, which makes her a super senior cat. I think it's like the equivalent of, in terms of mobility, she's like an 80-year-old person with arthritis at the moment. Jason, your son's favorite show is, of course, Bluey. Bandit's a good parent, but your son still screams at his toxic traits. Nice. Yeah, my offspring were too old to be into Bluey. They were already grown by the time Bluey came around. It's a shame because it seems like a good show. Isn't that right, Mimsy? You're just going to hang out with me, wait for me to go and lie down, because she likes to either lie on me, or if I lie on my back and I sort of spread my legs, she goes to sleep between my legs. It's like a comfort and security thing for her, which is a bit weird. Yes, Mimsy, you funny, silly cat. You know, I just thought of incredibly randomly. What would I find if I just went to Reddit? I was an early adopter of Reddit, and I used it a lot in the early days. And then I stopped. So they're discussing there's $100 million Powerball next week. What would you do if you won? Great headline. Wow. There's one. People who actually go into the bathroom to freshen up before sex. What are you guys actually doing in there? 6.8 thousand comments. Good Lord. Someone wants to know what's behind the little door in the QVB in Sydney. Yes, because there's a spiral staircase going up thing. 192 comments. Ooh, that's interesting. Flood wall at Flemington. Oh, yes, because Flemington Racecourse is near the Maribyrnong River. Let me show this picture. This is actually interesting. The Flemington Racecourse is next to the Maribyrnong River, which flooded. And so what we have here, the flood wall is coming into its own, because without that flood wall, the whole race course would be flooded at the moment. So there you go. Yes, Jude. Sorry, I just thought you were agreeing. 17 years old puts Mimsy in her 80s, particularly, I think, someone with arthritis in their 80s. Mitch Cleary goes off in Security. I don't care. Sports. Ah, yes. The Angler's Tavern in the heart of the Maribyrnong River is underwater. Yes. God, there's a lot of sports. Oh, okay. I want to look at this. Which job has the lowest stress to highest pay ratio that you know of? Someone reckons some accounting jobs. Someone else is arguing, no, it's not. Government project droid. Trick is to find a job that pays you for what you did, not what you do. Trouble is it takes hard work to get to that point. Someone's saying CAD drafter, computer aided design drafter in architecture or engineering. Train driver. That's interesting. Unionized traffic control. I work for a packaging company, easiest cash. I do sweet nothing, work 35 hours a week, make about 90K a year. My understanding is the traffic controllers, the people with the stop slow signs, make a lot more than you expect. That's the second person to bring that up. Freight train driver, cruise around the countryside for more than 150K a year. Someone saying they do work from home, very little work, and get about 70K, which sounds nice. Oh my God, this guy's talking about my job. My job, where are we? Contract business analyst for a government department. It's all meetings, no delivery. You just need to sound like you know what you're doing. Yeah, and this person's saying IT contractor in Australian public service. Good Lord. Sorry, it's like I'm in this picture and I don't like it. There's another one saying train driving, freight or mine industry. Train driving's come up a couple of times. Someone saying software dev or engineer who's able to work from home. Diesel fitters at underground mine get paid 185K for Friday to Sunday swing shift. Lawyer is good if you're not career hungry. You can get 120K for 38 hours. There are some easy gigs. Mining operator coming up again. A lot of people saying you can make a lot of money in mining. Traffic controller came up again. Wow. Yeah, another person saying IT. That was actually r/mildly interesting. So, oh no, truck driving's hard. Dude, truck driving's hard. But a few people said train driving's not. There you go. Black Metal Heart, for everything I've heard, if you are a train driver, part of the training is you need to understand it is almost inevitable the train you are driving will kill someone at some point. If you are a train driver for any stretch of time, someone will be killed either by an accident or by suicide. So, and that came up in the discussion on Reddit too. Sorry, this is kind of fun following a thing. What else is Reddit saying today? Magpie attack statistics from 1974. Nice. My dad's girlfriend is trying to get rid of me. 15-year-old female. Okay, this sounds a bit dark. My mum passed 5 years ago. He's been seeing someone. He was happier, so I was happy for him. Didn't want him to be lonely forever. He said his girlfriend's spending Christmas with us, then moving in. Met her on Christmas. Didn't like her. She gave me a bad feeling. In front of Dad, she's nice, but when we're alone, she ignored me. Spoke to me with an attitude. She even told me I was a brat and I make my dad's life harder. Stayed up late one night because I couldn't sleep, wanted to sneak a midnight snack. Girlfriend was in the kitchen on FaceTime, so I decided to be nosy and listen. She was talking about my dad and how much she loves him. Then she said he had this dumb daughter. She wondered if it's too late for adoption. Oh, dear. Update. I spoke to my grandparents, told them after I could stay with them, and they agreed. Spoke to your dad, tried to tell him. I got upset, told him I was leaving so I could live happily ever after. Packed my bags, brought some things to grandparents. Dad didn't speak to me. Grandfather picked me up. Haven't gone home, haven't heard from my dad. Grandparents told me they'd handle my dad. I shouldn't have to be the one doing it. Another update. Dad came to visit. Brought his girlfriend. We've been talking. We decided what's best is you stay here. Oh. Dad said I can come clean my room completely and he'll help. A few days I'll be going with my grandparents to get my stuff. Been feeling pretty bad about some of the comments. Oh, gosh. That got depressing. Safa, I think those jobs were Australian. Okay, what other fun things are on Borderline Scandalous? Oh, God, more fucking... There's so much sport on here. Ooh, okay. Gotta do this one. What's the creepiest thing you've ever witnessed? Okay, we've got to do this. 800 comments. I once worked as a server in a strip club. One member would pay me $20 to make an origami frog, then step on it. Oh, it was a crush fetish thing. Someone's reply was, I could have died tomorrow and be happy if I hadn't heard that. That went on for... Okay, here's one. Oh, I was the sole witness to a murder. I was in a Jeep with the top down, waiting for two guys on the sidewalk to stop arguing. One guy pulls a shank out of his sock, stuffs it stiff arm into the other guy's eye. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Another one. Being a kid watching my dad go through alcohol withdrawal. Yeah, no, alcohol withdrawal is pretty bad. I was in a swamp in southern Arkansas. Michael and I was hunting. We see a coyote. Coyote looked at us, got on its hind legs, and walked back into the woods on hind legs. Okay, I love that because that's just weird and surreal. And someone else says, no, I've seen it. It's a defensive tactic. That was... I love it. Someone's replied, was the coyote carrying an anvil, a paintbrush, and a sign that said free bird seed? Nice. Okay. I might stop any of these because I don't want to do anything. Don't want to say anything truly horrible, but I won't know how horrible it is till I get to the horrible bit. So I read one of these, I might stop doing it. So I work as a dog walker. I had a rich client, well-known coin collector. He had an alcohol problem. Nice guy, smelled like booze, very disheveled every morning. One morning, walking into his huge house, looks like he's asleep on the couch. So I call him. I realize he's half on his couch, really weird position. Wasn't waking up. I walk over. His eyes are open. Blood's coming out his nose and mouth. Oh, there you go. Then I threw up and then called 911. They said he'd been dead since Friday. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's not too bad. Not something I witnessed. Something happened to me. Have schizophrenia. Delusionally believed I was pregnant. Oh, wow. I had all the pregnancy systems but wasn't pregnant. That would be weird. Tumors can grow hair, teeth, and eyes. Yep, no, I don't think I want to look at that picture, actually. They link to a picture. I don't want to see it. Yep, no, I'm not going to read that one. That one's bad. That's a bad, traumatizing one. Okay, as a kid, Christmas Day, knock on the door. Thought it was family, went with Dad, opened the door. It's an old man asking for directions. Dad gave him directions, offered to drive him. He declined. As he was leaving, he looked at me and said, "Never go to that place that scares you." He is very old, walked at a shuffling pace. Shrugging off his comment, as well-intentioned senility, went back to the living room. As he was walking down our path, it started to rain. My dad went to get an umbrella to give it to him. When outside, the man was gone. Dad ran down the path up the street to find him, nowhere to be found. The place I was scared of was this shack in the woods I used to walk past on my way to and from school. Always gave him a bad feeling. A few years later, someone was arrested for murdering a child there. That's a ghost story. That is. Hey, Rukasan, how you doing, man? Oh, God. Oh, yes. Okay. Sorry. Dr. Abigail wants the tumor. Dr. Abigail loves medical horror. Okay. I'm going to find it. I scrolled past it. I'll just fucking scroll back to the medical horror. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus. All right. I am absolutely not sharing this shit on the stream. I will absolutely get my ass shit canned if I do. Now I need to. Oh, fuck me. Okay, that's a terrible one with babies. Do you want to see terrible things with babies that literally have an eye the size of their head? And if anyone is sick enough to want to fucking search this stuff, it's called teratoma, Teratoma, and it's awful. Truly fucking awful. What are you doing, Mimsy? Do you want some more attention? You're a bit more wholesome than that stuff I was saying. Oh, dear. So what other creepy things are on the Reddit thread, which is actually a bit of fun? I once saw a boar running up the shaft of a spear that went through its head, a blow that would be fatal to any living thing. You just look at it and think, oh, it's dead. Brain got a mashed potatoes. Kept charging and creeping up the shaft of a spear like it was possessed. Wanted to kill the man holding it, regardless of life or death. Okay. Went hiking. Managed to walk out in the wild without getting turned around. Wasn't strange wilderness either. It's just an area I knew like the back of my hand. Somehow my path onto the back of the mountain spat me out at the front lot. Personally, I've never been one to question signs, so I simply got in my car and got the hell out of there. All right, so they ended up somewhere where they thought it shouldn't have been possible for them to end up. Okay. I do vlogging from time to time. Nothing successful. I have 100 subscribers. I feel you, brother. One of the things you have to do with post a video, choose to make your own thumbnail, or YouTube grabs a screenshot for the video. I like to make my own. One time I made a video, I got distracted, didn't make the thumbnail. A few days go by, I'm pondering what to do, what image to use, what title should be. I decide what to do, sit down, open Photoshop, grab the image I want, tweak it, place the text in the title, export the image, naming convention, open the folder, put the thumbnails. There's a file with the same name as the file I just exported. I'm like, what the fuck's this? Open the file. It's the same image with the same title, same place. I go back to the folder, I'd made that 3 days before. I had no memory of doing it. I'm a middle-aged man with no history of memory problems, don't drink much, don't do drugs. What happened? I think I died and made the imageries. That's just, you're just not remembering something. Oh, Rukasan, you know the teratomas. Yeah, no, they are very bad. They are very bad. Okay, so here's another. Not scary, just weird. Mum and I went to the doctors, spoke for about 15 minutes. After we left, she realized she forgot to ask him something. She called to talk to him the next day. Weird thing is they told her they had no record of him ever having worked there. They were going to see a ghost doctor. Another instance more recent, I was home alone, swore I heard someone walking down the hallway. I was in the bathroom, called out to my mum thinking it was her. No one was there. Hallway's old wood, creaks loudly when someone walks on it. Sound of someone walking is unmistakable. That sort of shit happens all the time. Just changes in fucking humidity make creaking sounds in houses. Okay. Another creepy thing. Nothing compared to other people's. Real life glitch in the Matrix freaked me out. Passed a woman and 2 children in an aisle in the store. 2 seconds later, passed the same woman and children again. Wasn't possible for them to have gotten there before. I just think, absent-minded. Second was when our doorbell rang at 11:30 p.m. in my quiet suburban neighborhood. There's a female in her 20s crying with a car seat in each hand, holding her infant twins, asking if she could use our phone. Totally, I thought it was nefarious at first, was honestly pretty scared. My husband answered the door. Turned out it was a neighbor's girlfriend who lived across the street. He locked her out of the house, taken off somewhere with his handgun. First of about 5 to 6 domestic violence incidents. All right. That's actually just nasty. All right. Well, this is a cemetery story, which might be interesting. Went to the haunted cemetery a few years back. It was windy out, no wind inside. There's an important note, there's a gate you have to park in front of because it's closed. Anyway, smelled like a funeral home. Friends and I have bad feelings. Head back to my car. As we're leaving, a truck pulls up and blocks us in. Really creepy men in the truck, and they kept pulling up so I couldn't get out. Eventually swerved to the right, almost hit the truck tree, bolted. Well, that's not creepy. That's just some guys who are going to fucking murder you. I just said people wanting to murder you is not creepy. Okay. Not ghosts. Okay. I was at a hooker lounge waiting for my friends. Me and the owner. I left my hooker to run to the bathroom for real quick. I started back. After past the wall has a large opening in it. Allows me to see my spot. Anyway, I'm walking back. I look over the seat. I see a girl sitting in my spot. Long dark hair, average size. She's sitting there. Getting me asked what the fuck she's doing in my seat with my hooker. And I went around a corner, lost sight of her. Once I passed the wall, she's gone. Literally nowhere for her to go. So it was at a dead end. She would need to pass me to exit. Asked the owner. He said these never saw anyone. A ghost chick tried to smoke my hooker. So when it happened when I was 12, casually walking my dog, I see a weird guy following me. First I thought he was drunk, judging by his weird movements. Then he started hiding behind cars and trees, peeking out as if he wanted me to see him. Anyway, I ran as fast as I could, didn't walk there for a week. Mind you, this is happening. There was an actual serial killer on the loose in our town. My sister, mum, and I went to Home Depot when I was 6 or 7. They ran Home Depot real quick, just waiting in the van. Saw a car pull up. Guy was just sitting there. Didn't pay much attention. But when I looked at him, he was just beating his meat, casually beating his meat. I was so horrified. Oh, okay. That's just a thing that happens. Safa, how much do chips cost? How much is a piece of string? It depends where you get them. I got these because they were on special. They were half price. Okay, I'm getting disappointed by these creepy stories. Some of them were good. Start of the year, there's an article in a newspaper about a school director, former teacher, accused of sharing uploaded child porn. My mum calls because it was my former teacher and choir master. She received a call from police asking for contact info to question me. Before that, I talked to a friend about potential victims because we both known the person. Tell the police the name of suspected victims and get invited some weeks later to make a statement because our fears were true. One was actually a victim. They asked about suspected time span because the person's age still around. Sorry, I'm just not going to read stuff about abuse. Not a spooky ghost story, but the creepiest thing I've ever seen was working my college job. I look a lot younger than my age in general. 50-year-old man was intently set on talking to me, getting real close while he did so. That alone made me incredibly uncomfortable. And he said, by the way, how old are you? When I said 24, he looked at me with absolutely disgusted look in his face. Oh, no. Okay. It's just creepy. See, I want like ghost stories. I was hoping for unexplained phenomena and ghost stories. Living in a rental house 10 years ago, back door leading to a narrow enclosure adjacent to which was a neighbour's house. Their bedroom was right next to it. Light bulb socket and small backyard. Never used that place for anything. Never put a bulb there. At night it was dark. One day my neighbour told me they could hear movements in the backyard, like someone jumping down from a wall of concrete. Said it happened on multiple occasions. I think it was probably a thief. So I bought a bulb, put it there. Socket was very high. I had to stand on a tall wooden stool to reach it. The night before I went to bed, I switched it on and checked the backyard, which was now fully illuminated. Next morning, I didn't go to the backyard, just switched off the light before going to work. Second night, I switched on again. Before going to bed, there's no light, it remained dark. I tried multiple times, but no light. Thought the bulb was defective, scared of the dark and the thief, so I didn't go to check that night. Decided to check in the morning. Went there in the morning, the bulb was not in the socket. First, I thought the thief stole it, but then I saw the bulb was on the ground completely undamaged. There was no way it could have survived a fall from that high. Why would the thief just take the bulb? Took the bulb inside and checked. It was still working. Put it back in the socket, went to work. Third night, I switched on the bulb, it was working. I went to bed. Around 3 a.m., I went to the back door and slightly opened to see the bulb was still working. It was pitch dark. I closed the door quickly, went to sleep. Next morning, found the bulb on the ground, again, undamaged. I avoided going to the backyard as much as possible from then on. There was no incident of theft, as far as I know. See, that's just mildly creepy. That's just mildly unsettling and creepy. Safa, have I gotten food poisoning before? Yes, I have. Oh, sorry. Have I gotten food poisoning from something I bought on special? I don't think so. I've gotten food poisoning when I was out somewhere. Yes, Mimsy likes her chin scratched. I'm just doing that. So I'm just hoping for a really good creepy story. That one was okay. Okay, this one. By far, the weirdest thing that ever happened to me was in high school. Every so often, my group of friends and I would go to this super dark park above a suburban tract of homes in LA County because you could see the stars super well. Been up there hundreds of times. Tons of different friends group. No issues or anything. Super peaceful park. Mind you, the park's bordered by 4 or 5 homes with their backyards running against it. So not deserted by any means. This night, I went with my girlfriend at the time, her sister, and my best friend. Walking through the park, get to our usual spot, barely able to see a thing except for what's illuminated by the moon and the stars, when the stillness of the night is shattered by this intense rustling that erupts in some bushes about 20 yards from us. In my mind, in that moment, I immediately thought of, and subsequently discarded, 5 different explanations, and was coming to the conclusion it was either the devil or a space alien. Now pops a somewhat normal-looking guy, from what I could see in the dark. But I cannot explain it. This guy radiated a sense of utter wrongness. His appearance outwardly seemed normal, but my animal senses went into overdrive. So did my girlfriend and her sister, who immediately started backtracking with me. All except my dumbass friend, who decided to start moving towards this insane apparition. Girlfriend's sister starts hissing at my friend to come back to us. Mind you, this man's not moving, not shifting one iota from where he first popped out of the bushes. Just kept standing there, staring at us. Finally, my stupid friend gets within 5 yards of this guy and starts mocking him with funny noises. When the guy finally speaks, what comes out is a "get out," but it comes out in a garbled, almost devil tone. Absolutely seemed like put on at that time of night in those circumstances, but even my idiot friend wasn't questioning it. We backpedaled away, keeping our eyes on the guys the whole time. The creepiest thing, once we were further away from where we saw him in the park, he turned around in one fluid motion, walked back into the bushes. We didn't visit that park again for a long time, but we never saw him again. That's a fun one. That's just a vague, weird, creepy thing. Yes, Micro, we're still live. Jude, you've seen seizures, hemorrhages, bloody vomit, drainage tubes. Oof. Those are all very unsettling things, certainly. Micro, reading creepy stories off Reddit. When I was 13, I witnessed an apparent doppelganger spirit in my childhood home one evening. Got up from the couch, saw across our family's apartment a duplicate version of myself staring back at me for a solid 3 or 4 seconds. Whatever it was, it appeared exactly like I did and decided to show itself. Same haircut, same clothes, standing at the end of the hallway, looking right back at me intently with a neutral expression. Then it disappeared. I immediately went to my mum's room, right adjacent to where the doppelganger spirit stood, told her what I saw. She said immediately before I came in, her CD player's music she went to sleep with suddenly gone berserk, sounding like an old record player with someone's finger moving the record against the needle. Never happened again. Just that one time. There you go. Ooh, okay. This one could be interesting, but if it goes wrong, I'll stop. But anyway, in the moment, it wasn't creepy or scary, but in hindsight, absolutely terrifying. Not just because of what happened, but what could have happened. Don't remember exactly when it was. It was between 6 and 12 years old because I was walking home from my first school. To get a better picture, my house was in the middle of a stretch of dirt road in the middle of a wheat field. Long rows of trees splitting different properties. At the time, there wasn't anything growing there. On my home one day, I noticed the most stereotypical white van you can imagine behind one of the rows of trees, making it obscured from the main road. It confused me, and for some reason, my first thought was maybe they need help. So dumb as I was, I walked out and called, "Excuse me," no response, but what sounded like a woman screaming and incoherently could be heard. I called again, "Excuse me, do you need help?" Some rough middle-aged male voice came from the back. "No." I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, go away." So I did. Never thought to mention it. Never told anyone. Didn't think about it until 4 years ago. It hit me like a dump truck. What was I actually going? Yeah, okay, that's weird. Okay, this one's good because it's just neutral. I go outside. It's dark. I bend over and pick up this shriveled cherry on the patio, and it moves. I go inside, get a glass cup, put it over the cherry. Then it starts shaking frenetically, and all these teeny baby spiders climb off its body, stream out from under the glass. So this person had picked up a spider egg sac, thinking, "What's this cherry?" And it moved because all the little spiders were. So they were just in the dark, gonna um, pick up a spider sack that's just about to hatch. Oh, Jason, you've got one. Home Alone. Entire house door windows closed, doing dishes, no draft, feeling of fingers tangling my neck, playing with my hair, upper cupboard swings open, slams behind me. Same house, a near full can of Pepsi waddles across the coffee table. Sounds like a fun house, dude. Sounds like a fun house. Oh, okay. This one sounds like a ghost story. Okay. My parents live on a lake in the countryside. My mum burst in my room yelling about a lady fell into the lake, was face down, ran down to the lake. My dad, who's 70, sprints, jumps into the lake, hoists the lady to me. I hooked my arms under her armpits and lifted. I tripped and fell back. She was laying on top of me, blue as could be. Oh, okay. Sorry. That was literally, that's not a ghost. That's just literally someone who died. Same person has another story. Worked at a corporate legal office. Stopped for gas in the downtown area. Two guys were sitting in their truck watching me, gave me the creeps. I left and they started following. Gut was telling me danger. It's made around 5 abrupt turns at random. They're still following me. At this point, I'm thinking the odds at them wanting to take the same route close to nil. Go to a street and no, make it close 4 turns, quick succession. Oh yeah, that was just creepy people following you. So driving in the middle of nowhere, meet my buddy at his house. Middle of nowhere, I mean banjo deliverance music. Behind this one car for 20 minutes, we come to a stop sign. He sits there for about a minute. Odd at a stop sign with no traffic. So I begin to pull around and he cuts me off. I reverse, he reverses. I try to go around, tries to cut me off. Yeah, okay. So that was just a weird encounter with a weird person. Last one, high school, home alone. In the backyard mowing, garage doors open in the front. Go into the garage, close the garage. Now the garage sat underneath the house. You could hear people walking around. I heard footsteps in my parents' room. Freaked out and ran inside. They yelled up the stairs for any of my family members to stop it. Got no response. At this point, I grabbed my dad's pistol out of the safe in the living room. Yell upstairs over a pistol and to stop. If it's an intruder, I'm armed. I chambered around for the audio clue to indicate fuck around and find out. Called my parents as I was freaking out. Dad told me not to go upstairs. I sat there out of view in the stairwell till they got home. He took the pistol, locked it up, went up there. His room had a screen door to the balcony and the backyard. Screen door open. I see that's just a burglar thing. I want ghost stories. Again, too many people with a creepy thing is just like someone wanted to kidnap or murder me. Hey, Ray's also, oh God, Heine, you had to go there. I was eating blue waffle. End of story. I want a good ghost story. About 10 years ago, I worked at a used bookstore. That's a good start. Reputed to be haunted. They had ghost hunter shows, do episodes there and everything. I don't believe in that stuff. So to me, it was just old pipes, generally spooky atmosphere. My major duty was to sort and shelve inventory. One night, I showed up around midnight after working my main job. I locked the front door behind me, signed in, went downstairs, set my phone down, turned on a playlist, got to work. Heard a few random noises, but mostly just water flowing through the plumbing. Building had a couple of apartments above the bookstore, so I didn't pay much attention. After a while, as I was headed to some shelves at the back, I saw a book face down on the floor. Now, just to preface, I was completely sober, wasn't all that tired, and know for a fact that I hadn't dropped anything. I set the books I was holding down, picked up the book on the floor, flipped it over so I could get the title and author, reshelve it. The author was Christopher Morley. The title was The Haunted Bookshop. Put it on the shelves, grabbed my phone, got the fuck out of there. That's fun. When I was a kid, I remember laying on my bedroom floor with the door open while my parents watched TV. I get up to use the bathroom. My brain would almost act out of doing it. It wasn't until it was about the fifth time they realized I'd never actually gotten up. I was stuck on the floor, couldn't move, couldn't talk, couldn't cry for my parents. Felt like something stuck in the solid. Oh, okay. That's like a form of sleep paralysis. Oh man, I've known people who've had sleep paralysis really badly. And it is a very unsettling thing. Okay, then. So recently, I woke up in the middle of the night, saw what I thought was my girlfriend standing up looking at the wall. It's been kind of weird, called out to her twice after she's okay, only to realize she answered she was in the bed next to me. I swear I saw someone in the room, but it disappeared immediately when I realized it wasn't her. I'm normally not superstitious, but to this day, I've no clue to what I saw. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here's one with a cemetery. You got to love that. Driving by a cemetery, 2 a.m. on my way home from work. There's a disheveled man in a ripped up suit and a huge axe and a lit firework bomb looking thing standing in the arched gateway, just close enough to see the edge of my headlights. Me driving an old ass pickup with the windows down. Once I saw him, he started running towards me, screaming. And there was a curve, but just, man, even though there was a curve, I sped up, nearly stalled out. Can't stop being more terrified. Got home, woke my parents, called the cops, gave a full description. Next week, we saw in the paper a man fitting the description was arrested for killing a guy walking home at dusk. I think they're making that up. Okay, now I'm now disappointed in these. They're not creepy enough. So I'll just see if there's. Is there anything else fun? Does anyone know about this tunnel under Flinders Street? Okay. Who is praised as a good person in human history but is actually evil? 8.3 thousand comments. There'll be a lot of them. What should men know before they have sex? Dare I look at a thread that's what should men know before they have sex? I think I should. Okay. Yes, I'm 18. All right, not safe for work. Well, that's a fun one. It's less embarrassing to buy condoms than tell your parents you got someone pregnant. What should men know before sex? The girl's name. Someone says, there's a lot of jokes. I'll give you an advice. Less than 20% of women can orgasm without clitoral stimulation. Make sure your nails are short and clean. Give her some attention. With your hand. Before, during, maybe after. Next time, get some you time. Search for female-friendly porn. That's remarkably sensitive and insightful. For straight sex, if you're going to blow too early, try changing positions. Use the delay to squeeze everything back. Women like foreplay, but not 3 hours of it. If lube's necessary, use it. No, I'm going to stop reading that now, actually. Dr. Abigail, all the things you should know, even at my age. Yeah. My personal number one bit of advice is assume every woman is different. So how things went with the last woman you're with or all the women you're with does not necessarily have any bearing whatsoever on the next women you're with. So you got to be open and communicative because women's be different. I mean, so are men to a degree. What are you doing, Mimsy, you little weirdo? Elon Musk suggesting he's pulling internet service from Ukraine after ambassador told him to fuck off. That's right. Apparently, he has a very bad relationship with his daughter. His daughter thinks he's a fucking sociopath, and he goes, "I think the socialists have gotten to her." And Twitter says Elon Musk is under federal investigation. That's interesting. Oh God, US politics. Fuck no. Dr. Ago, your personal number one piece of advice. Well, yes, don't rape women. And yes, consent is sexy, can be withdrawn at any time. Yes, do not be, and don't even fool yourself with degrees. Do not be coercive. None of that, no, no means no. It's not conditional. Imagine the girl's last man like being bitten. Oh dear. Also an excellent take, Jason. Consent doesn't end when you're deeper into a relationship, despite what Tony Abbott says. But yes, no, Tony Abbott is a very unsettling and somewhat sociopathic individual. Very dangerous person as well. All right. There's probably enough Reddit, though, honestly. And all we're getting here is it's floods, floods, floods. Oh, God, and just stories about people being injured or killed or investigating. It's just weird. Meta's new headset will track your eyes for targeted ads. Christ, anyone who doesn't think Facebook are just the fucking devil is not paying attention, quite honestly. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Google staff think incognito is not all it's cracked up to be. What does it say? Employees reportedly cracked jokes about the feature's inept, potentially misleading privacy protections. One marketing officer directly emailing CEO Sundar Pichai, begging him to make the product actually live up to its name. Jokes and internal criticism come amid multiple lawsuits. In one email, Google marketing chief Lorraine Toole reportedly warned current customer confusion around incognito, forcing the company to dance around using fuzzy and hedging language, ultimately risked degrading consumer trust. Make incognito mode truly private. It's worth noting Toole sent the email after multiple users filed multi-billion-dollar class action privacy lawsuit against Google for allegedly tracking users while incognito. Those users claim the supposedly surreptitious tracking amounts to privacy violations. For some clarity, Google Chrome's so-called incognito browsing hides your search history from other people using your device, but doesn't prevent Google or its advertisers from logging and profiting off your search history. Critics of incognito, like the plaintiffs in a class action lawsuit, argue Google's branding and messaging make it appear more privacy-preserving than it is. Well, these people are fucking idiots because it actually explicitly says, like even your ISP will know what you've done under here. It literally just stops other people from going onto your device and seeing what you did. God, people are idiots. From cocktails to shortcakes, here's 5 delightful strawberry recipes. Oh, another data breach. Woolworth says data of 2.2 million customers of its My Deal website have been exposed. Dun, dun, dun. That's the whole one. So, Dr. Abigail, you don't use Chrome or Facebook. Refuse to use a VR headset with a Facebook Meta account. Yeah, that all makes sense. So Black Metal Heart, you bought a Quest 2 and packed it away and found out it required a Facebook account. I mean, look, no big company is your friend. They're all out for themselves and whatnot. But all the available evidence is Facebook is truly evil at a quite epic level. Jason, you talk about serial killers that people say he was a nice guy, but you always hear that with violent abusers, not even necessarily murderers, but people say, but he was such a nice person. It's like, oh my God, manipulators gonna manipulate. Sava, is Twitter evil? Twitter's pretty evil. YouTube's pretty evil. I'm just soulless and I want the interaction, and I'm using services that I know are evil. Does that make me evil? Yes, probably, honestly. I'm going to get a bit of bite. Put it in my glass. Get my cherry out of the way. All right. Put that in there. And put that back there. Because I have an idea. which I kind of said earlier, and now I'm actually going to do it. So, just a little bit though. I think it's just about done. My clarified rum punch. Put some of that in, just a very light drink. Oof, what's happening here? The sludge. Oh my god, like this is just full of sludge. It's like purple curds. But I'm going to have it with this ginger. Yes, Jason, you're doing the BTK serial killer apropos of people saying, Abbott's nice because he did surf life saving. And no. Terrible people regularly do stuff to cover up the terrible stuff they're doing. In fact, possibly the Kickstarter of all the modern true crime shit is from, God, quite a few decades ago. A writer called Anne Rule wrote a book called The Killer Beside Me. I think it was The Killer Beside Me. It's because she worked in a suicide prevention hotline where Ted Bundy worked, the rather notorious serial killer. And she said Ted Bundy was actually very good at this job of talking people down from feeling suicidal. And she's saying, like, she listened to some of these calls. She is sure that Ted Bundy actually stopped multiple people from committing suicide. And it's like, how do those two things go together? That he's a horrible, horrible person and a killer, and but also worked on this suicide prevention hotline. And so she did a really sort of in-depth research into it, and trying to understand the two things that seemed mutually exclusive. Ted Bundy, suicide prevention hotline dude, Ted Bundy, serial killer. Which is very interesting when you think of it. But you couldn't highlight it any better. Someone doing good things is no guarantee they're not doing abominable things. Yeah. Dr. Bear, who the hell knows? Did he save more people than he killed? Who the hell knows? But yeah, so that ridiculous line of don't criticize this person because they do this good or wholesome thing doesn't really hold up. Anyway. Yes, dude, that may have been his thinking. But I know some of the analysis was Ted Bundy was a real control person. And it's arguable that working in a suicide prevention hotline gave him a sense of control over vulnerable people. Weak was the wrong word. I shouldn't have said weak, but vulnerable people. And working in that role gave him a sense of control over those people and made him feel powerful. And so you could argue a certain sort of consistency in there, that everything he did was ego-driven and about control. Okay, I was right. This rum punch with my ginger drink is actually quite nice. And it's going to be pretty light alcohol-wise as well. Oh, God, it's almost midnight. Okay. That's okay. got to finish this drink now, so I'm going to take it easy. And maybe go to bed after that. I don't know. Sorry, what's that? Jason, company participates in Pride Month, adding the colours. Yeah. We're talking about Apple there. Yes. When there was a problem with suicides in the manufacturing plant in China because conditions were so bad, they put nets around the building so people couldn't jump off the building. Jesus Christ. We kind of forgot about that. Nettie, that's an interesting point too. Was Bundy helping people remorse for other things? I don't know. All his behavior was that he's very, very narcissistic and very control driven. Who knows? And yes, Dr. Abigail, fuck pink capitalism, pink washing. Yeah. It's all like woke corporations are not your friend. So why do narcissists want to know what you're doing? Because they're control freaks, usually. I did see a mask I wanted to buy because I was thinking of making more mask videos for this channel, things I haven't done for years. But it's one, I think it's either based on or literally a mask used by some baddies in the Purge movies. But I just kind of liked, it was like Guy Smiley gone feral, this mask. And it immediately, a character formed in my head for this mask. And I'm probably still going to get it and do this. Yeah, even the name of the character popped into my head almost straight away. His name is Chad Capital, and he's the CEO of a woke corporation. You know us. We do hashtag BLM every Black History Month. We do rainbow flags on our website on Pride Month. And the rest of the time, the only thing we fucking care about is taking your money. It's not fully fleshed out yet, but it's just really wanting to push the idea, as you say, Dr. Abigail, like rainbow capital. Just, it can be very difficult to know what to do. It's like, is these companies promoting certain causes? Is that better than nothing? Or is it worse than nothing because it's sanitizing their evilness? Jude, most if not all of my old masks are actually around the house somewhere, like in a box or something somewhere. Suggesting a cosmetic mask at Aldi that looked perfect for Hanukkah. Actually, yeah, some of those cosmetic masks are weird. Safa, the AFL is certainly trying to push that they believe in certain social agendas, like you get the Indigenous Week and Pride and whatnot. But then particular AFL clubs, as we have seen, indulge in truly terrible behavior. But yes, my default position is do not trust any corporate entities. Their prime and usually only motivation is to make money. But Jude, you think if I open one of the boxes and the Ingrozzi theme just started playing, yeah, that could be a thing. Actually, that's an excellent summary, Dr. Abigail. Maybe better than nothing, but it is vapid and empty at best, predatory at worst. There's definitely a predatory element. And I think what annoys and frustrates me is the companies that don't carry through the message at all, like companies that promote issues of understanding of race, gender, sexual identity, all these things, and yet people who work there who are marginalized in some way don't feel at all safe in the environment. Hi, Megaleech, by the way. So, Jason, you've got Sackhead. Oh, yes, with the Jason mask. Sackhead, classic hockey, zombie hockey, Leatherface 74, killing mask, pretty lady. Yeah. See, we use masks differently. Different character. The same costume shop that had this purge mask that just instantly made me think of the CEO of a woke corporation. They also had this one. It was like it was a latex one, and it was to here, like it had a nose and it has a bald head and whatnot. And that had a lot of potential for me as well. I quite like that. Megaleech been playing Grounded with your brother. Nice. It's Jason. Companies that change colors. Oh yes, they'll do a rainbow flag on Twitter in some countries, but not others. Yeah, because they don't want to affect the company's profits in really homophobic countries. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, we see you. Motherfuckers. Yeah, I mean, my whole thing is do not trust corporations. So, see, here's the thing with corporations. I think terms like right wing and left wing are meaningless. Corporations are driven by profit. That's what they're driven by. Some corporations push more social issues than others. But, you know, it's all about making money. Nice, Jason, working on your own character, conceptualizing a mask for the Shadow Minister. I like the sound of that. Oh, Megaleech, for whatever reason, well, it was the rain. It was the rain. I don't know exactly why, but it was the rain. My power didn't go out. The internet did. And it's just fucked because it's okay, I'll go in the next room. And then like Mrs. Angry's trying to watch something on a streaming service, which of course isn't working because the internet's out. So I actually edited a video, which I actually shared in the stream earlier, my cocktail channel. So, you know, I did something productive while my internet was out. Edited video where you actually saw it, the Vegemite vodka video. I actually edited that last night and uploaded it this morning. So, you know, something good came out of the fucking internet going south. Dude, do you lose your internet in the rain? Yeah, it's really weird because it just sort of went. I sort of got indications the internet was being flaky, and then it just went. I was like, okay, fuck. Oh, yes. Jude, the short version of Vegemite vodka is it's terrible. I looked it up. I actually made it like 4 years ago, I think. 3 or 4 years ago. And it was literally just this is vodka and like put it in a container and put a couple of spoonsful of Vegemite in it and left it for a while. And then it went this horrible muddy brown color and tasted fucking terrible. And it had been sitting in my fridge for literally years. And Megaleech gave the suggestion of milk clarifying it might make it better. It was arguably better, but it was still kind of awful, just really salty. And then I thought, well, it's really salty. Maybe make a dirty martini with it, which I did. And that was actually nice. Yeah, you're right, Jason. Some of the really overtly right-wing companies will still Hey, dip their toes in the zeitgeist. They want to be part of the whole thing. Yes. Jude Maris, the Bean Boozled Challenge in liquid form. Except I knew what the taste of Vegemite vodka was going to be. What I still haven't done, I was going to make a video with this, the Archie Rose Archie Mite, before the stream. And I never got around to it. So I actually want to taste this on camera for the first time. So I'm not going to have it now. But I'll give you a report probably on Sunday night on what this is distilled. It's meant to be capturing the vibe of Vegemite on buttered toast. I'll give you a report on Sunday night on that. I make what rating for my dirty martini? It's an 8. It was really good. It was really nicely balanced. It's very. It sounds funny to say this because it was a dirty martini, but the thought that came into my head was that it's a very clean taste. It was a very sort of pure and straight taste. Like there were no negative sort of crossing over flavors. There's like no bitterness, the saltiness wasn't excessive. I did like 2 shots of gin and half a shot of the Vegemite vodka and half a shot of dry vermouth. It wasn't too salty. It wasn't bitter. The flavors didn't clash. The flavors were very harmonious. And yeah, it was as weird as it sounds, a dirty martini. The phrase that popped to me was it was a very clean taste. So 8 out of 10. We'll do it again. Like the Vegemite vodka now has a purpose in life to dirty up martinis. Mrs. Angry likes a dirty martini too. So another night, she might like a dirty martini with the Vegemite vodka in it. Yes, dirty Vespa martini. For those who don't know, the James Bond version of a martini is called a Vespa. And as he famously describes it, 2 parts gin, 1 part vodka, half a part quinoa lay, twist of lemon. The vodka in that's pretty fucking useless. But the fact that I did 2 parts gin, half a part Vegemite vodka, half a part dry vermouth. That's basically the template of the Vespa martini. It was a dirty Vespa. And it was quite nice. Although I've done a video on Vespa martinis before. And again, I could concede a martini that's split between gin and vodka could be a way to get someone in who thinks they don't like gin, because the vodka will be diluting the intensity of the gin to a degree. So could make it more likely for a non-gin drinker to get at least a bit of gin in their martini. But it's still kind of bullshit from my perspective. But again, that's just my taste. I like dry martinis, mostly gin and just a little bit of vermouth. I think the vodka's bullshit, basically. But again, because dirty martinis are a thing, and my Vegemite martini is turns out quite good for dirtying up a martini. Oh, I think I saw that, Jason. There's like some stuff investigating drug lords got exposed in a data breach. Is that the thing you're talking about? Yeah. Black Metal Heart. What is your sister? Oh, sorry, I missed that. James May's Asian Parsnip Gin. No, okay. Because basically there are so many just fucking A+ tier gins made in Australia. I don't buy gin from anywhere outside Australia. I mean, I'm sure your sister's right that she enjoys the Asian parsnip gin, but I mean, I could run through what I've got here because I've got a lot of gins. Okay, so I have I've got the Imbu Suburban gin. I've got the Never Never Beeswax and Olive gin. I've got Archie Rose Bone Dry gin. I've got Brogan's Way Barrel Aged gin. I've got Star Wars Barrel Aged gin. I've got the Archie Rose Lime gin. I've got a whole bunch of fruity gins. Got the Four Pillars Bloody Shiraz. I've got the Hot Cross Butter gin. It actually really does taste like butter. I've got a lot of gins here, basically, is what I'm saying. Something for all tastes. But I don't know, gins generally are getting better around the world, I think. Hi-ho, adventurer. Look at me, I'm still relatively sober. I know. Wild and crazy times. You seem that way too.
No, I'm just getting baking.
I made another weird clarified rum drink in here.
What is it?
It's got two sorts of rum, sweet vermouth, orange juice, pineapple juice, and coconut sugar syrup in it, and it's milk clarified. So it mainly tastes like a coconut syrup and pineapple. It's very sweet.
Seems excessively alcoholic.
Well, it's equal parts of everything. So it's like rum, orange juice, pineapple juice, sweet vermouth, and milk. So it's actually, the non-alcoholic bits bring down the alcohol. I made this just on the soda stream. That's a mix of lemonade and ginger syrup. So it's like light ginger ale. And that's what this is, the rum drink with the ginger in it, so that's quite low alcohol. It's quite nice. So as we're winding down, probably going to bed soon. So, yeah.
I'm going to bed now.
Dr. Abigail, I don't know, you maybe have not tried the hot cross. Oh, God, Kirsten was meant to try it, but she never came to my place in her last visit. So I did promise, although there's quite a lot of it there, I did promise to save some of it for Kirsten. In fact, you know what? I might have a little taste of it. Not like a whole shot or anything, just a little taste. After I drink this, I'm just pacing myself with this. I'm saving the curds because there's alcohol content in these, so they're like preserved. But it's kind of like proto cheese, like paneer, which is popular in Indian food. And I got a recipe from a friend who's like an Indian home cook, and she gave me two options, like a savory one, you put garlic and stuff in it, but then a sweet one that you put some sugar and vanilla essence in. I think I'm going to do the sweet one as a dip. Sounds really good. But I've been saving the curd, so I can do that. Kaiju, hello. That's a different one, Dr. Abigail, in the Middle East, saving the curds. Slightly different. Very different. Absolutely unrelated, in fact. Again, yeah, dude, curdled sounds bad, doesn't it? Curdled definitely sounds bad, but this whole process, which makes a fucking incredible drink, a central element of it is curdling milk. And we've all been led, it's like the default thing, curdled milk is bad. But cheese, the basis of making cheese is curdled milk, which is why I say the curds here, they're kind of like proto cheese. So I'm going to do something. Yes, Black Metal Heart, saving the curds is annoying the Turks. And that's a whole fraught issue there. Yes, get on the wrong side of people in that whole discussion. Safa, beer's not curdled, beer is fermented, which you could argue it's basically rotted. Fermenting is rotting vegetable matter. And as it rots, if it's got the right sort of yeasts and sugars, it forms alcohol. Yeah, Jason. Okay, literally curds and whey. So when you curdle the milk, it separates into curds and whey. So the curds stay in the filter here, but the whey is added to the drink, and whey is thicker. It's like more viscous than water. Certainly, it's more viscous than the spirits and whatnot. So it changes the mouthfeel of the drink, which is a nice bonus to milk clarified drink. Changes the mouthfeel. Black Metal Heart. I actually don't know. Isn't it Istanbul again now? I would think it's Istanbul now. Saf, what do you mean Turkey changed its name? Do you mean they've got like a complicated version of names? Kaiju blinking in Bulgarian know a thing or two about pissing off the Turks. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. Jason, me separating the curds sounds a bit like ethnic cleansing, doesn't it? It's not good. Oh, no, see, okay. So the cement mixer drink is a gross and vile shot. For those who don't know it, like it's a cream liqueur and lime juice does curdle the cream thing. So the idea is you do this shot of lime juice and a cream thing, and you shoot it in your mouth, and then the cement mixer is you meant to, and it breaks up and curdles and forms chunky bits of milk, and that's absolutely disgusting. But with a milk clarified drink, you use the curdling process, and the curds actually filter out some of the color, because this was a kind of really gross brown, cloudy color before curdling. Now, although it's quite dark and it looks a bit opaque on screen, but it is actually very clear. And as I said, the whey's been added, changes the mouthfeel. Yeah, now I've got the fucking song Istanbul, not Constantinople, Istanbul, not Constantinople. Or they might be giants. So if it looks like cola, well, I could use my carbonator to carbonate it, and then it would probably be very disturbingly easy to drink if it was carbonated. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is due to another gross shot, the smoker's cough, Jägermeister in mayonnaise. Yep, that's pretty disgusting. That is pretty disgusting. Fun fact, like tiki drinks, tropical drinks, they are often served in opaque ceramic mugs, whatever you want to call them. And there's three reasons for that. One is the whole tiki vibe with the totems and whatnot, which again, culturally insensitive, or cultural appropriation, or possibly straight up racist. So one reason for the ceramic mugs is the whole tiki vibe. The second reason is the overwhelming majority of the tropical drinks are some variation of rum and fruit juices. It's usually multiple rums, multiple fruit juices. Those drinks, when mixed, when shaken, are usually brown and gross. They don't look very good. So if you serve it in an opaque thing, you're not actually seeing that it's a visually unattractive drink. The third reason is a lot of the tropical drinks have cream of coconut in it, or sometimes actual cream in it. And with the acidity of the fruit juices that are in there, it does actually curdle the drink. Now, they shake it and they put it on ice so it's all blended. If you drink it fast enough, you'll never notice. But if it was in a clear glass, you would actually see the cream of coconut separating and curdling, which is visually unappealing. Jason, you'll have a drink goes down easy despite alcohol content. Well, I tell you what, that's one area where the milk clarified drinks get very dangerous because they tend to taste less like alcohol. The clarification process really softens all the sharp flavors. So most, if not all, of the alcohol burn is taken away. So clarified drinks can be very dangerous from that perspective. They can trick you. My taste in cocktails has changed over the last couple of years. I tend to like really boozy drinks. So for me, some drinks, when I drink them, I'm like, that hardly feels alcoholic. Other people will drink it and go, oh my God, that's nail polish remover. What the fuck are you talking about? Different palates like different things, but things don't have to taste like alcohol, but one of the reasons I like cocktails is a good cocktail is many different things. It's not one thing. When you drink it, you get different sort of flavors at various times when you first drink it and when you're starting to swallow it, and then after you swallowed it, like the aftertaste. I love a cocktail that's more than one thing. So yeah. I think depending who you are, your tastes probably change over time. All right, so I finished that drink, which is nice. And the thought did occur to me, I want to do my hot cross buttered gin because I haven't tasted it for a while. I've got so many bottles here. Some bottles get neglected. Okay, so from the Tiny Bear Distillery, which is, I don't know, half an hour up the road. Hot cross buttered gin. Distilled by the Tiny Bear Distillery. Oh, it doesn't really say anything. So, but you even look at it, it's probably not showing up on the thing. But I can see, it's basically, you can see little bits of like butter fat suspended in the solution. It's awesome. Gonna have a little drink. So, Jude, drinkers are always telling non-drinkers you can hardly taste the alcohol. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Jude Maris, if you're a non-drinker, never believe a drinker who says you can't really taste the alcohol because your palate changes and you don't realize what it's like to other people. All right, so hot cross buttered gin. Oh, man. Okay. Taste the alcohol in that. That is a very junipery gin. But again, just on your tongue, it is actually a bit buttery. You definitely taste the butter fat on there. So, Jason, that comes into it as well. If you get your palate compared to others. Friends used to do equal parts gin, vodka, and vermouth in a glass mug. Well, that's kind of That's kind of a Vesper Martini, depending what vermouth they're using. Oh, wow, what's that? It's almost a chocolate flavor in there. Yeah, no, that really is. It's like an almost bitter dark chocolate flavor in there. I don't drink straight gin very often. Well, I mean, for fuck's sake, when I have a martini, it's mostly gin. There's usually a little bit of vermouth, but stirred on ice gets a bit of water added in as well. Okay, yeah, I think probably enough alcohol for this evening. Responsible. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? Save. Put a spoon. I'm going to get my little Tupperware container out of here that is containing the curd. What's in this? Oh, okay. It's actually something I've cooked. Oh, shit, a fucking brick, man. Oh, I knocked some yogurt out of the fridge. Fortunately, it didn't break the packet. Putting that back in. Okay, Tupperware container that I've been saving curd in. This is a nice shirt, isn't it? I like this one. This is one of my most recent purchases, sort of bowling shirt style. Martini glass there. Oh no, Black Metal Heart, that's bad. Your uncle doing half whiskey, half milk and sculling it. That is not good. So you can see this is much lighter. The curd I'm going to put in there is much darker. Ooh, gin and yogurt. Thank you. You're back, Dr. Abigail. I feel safer already. Okay, so got this coffee filter. Got to turn it inside out. And keep the curds. Because I definitely plan to do something with them in the future. Okay. Basic plan is to make them like some sort of dip. Okay. Okay, come on. Let's get this shit happening. I'm going to scrape it off the filter. Do. Weird shit to do on live streams. All right. I'll kind of do of getting that off. I'll put this in a bin. Maybe wash my hands because they're a bit sticky now. Okay. Let's do this. All right. Joys of being in the kitchen, I can easily wash my hands. Right. That goes there. You want that. That's the that's a Starwood topper. Where's my Oh wait, that is a Starwood bottle. What the fuck am I talking about? Okay. Hello, Kirsten. You fell asleep. Fair enough. I was just thinking of you, and I was just having a taste of my Tiny Bear hot cross buttered gin. It's nice. Straight up we go. His son has a lady friend over. Walk past the bedroom. Hear them punching each other. Fist punches and giggles. Young people. What the fuck is going on with them? Honestly. So see, now that's really dark. Because the drink I clarified was pretty dark. All right. So I'm going to put the curds in there. In you go, curds. What do they taste like? Quite sweet. And boozy. They do taste like booze, actually. As though I can keep them for a long time because there's alcohol content. Like if it was actually just the curds, cheese, it would have gone off. And because I have done this before where what was being clarified, so curds are happening, was no alcohol content. And it did like grow mold really quickly. These ones don't though. So anyway, I'll put that in the fridge. I think it's something to do with it. Okay. George Abigail. He shows off bruises. Check this out. Okay. It's a thing. It's a thing. Oh no, Kaiju can't play video games with friends. Not enough RAM. Jude kind of is gelato from hell. But I'm not sure. One of the things you can do with it is dry it out, like dehydrate it. And there's either, so then you have little flavorful chips, or grind that up. And then it can be like a garnish for cocktails, like particularly for creamy cocktails, something that has foam on the top. Put this powder and it'd be very flavorful powder on the top. So I think, all right, sorry, I need to put the lid on. Oh. So really showing off my Starwood bottle with the stars painted on it because of the very, very, very dark drink in them. That's nice. I'll put that in the fridge. Let's do that. Oh God, I've got to put water. Just opening it reminds me I've got to put water in the reservoir. Okay, so I think, okay, God, it's almost 12:30. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to sleep because I need to get some decent rest tomorrow because I'm going out on a big booze tasting night tomorrow night. So no stream tomorrow night. Probably one on Sunday night, probably. I could give you a rundown of what my booze tasting night on Saturday night was like. Feel like I might have to have a nana nap in the afternoon tomorrow in order to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for my booze tasting night, which I'm quite looking forward to. Oh, Kirsten, Holy Waters tomorrow. So I'm going to the Holy Water thingy. That's, I don't know, was it like 16 distillers are there showing off their wares? You get to do tastings. So I'm going to go along to that and see what I discover. Almost definitely buy a bottle or two while I'm there. We'll see. We'll see. I'm keeping an open mind. We'll see if I discover something new and amazing. But otherwise, yeah, no, I'll give you a rundown. And I might even have a bottle or two to taste test on Sunday night's stream. But I'm gonna, I think it's time for you. Ooh, I went into the ballot for Starwood for Talis because I thought, was there? So is Talis good? Like I'd been very good. Like I didn't get the last sort of limited run bottles Starwood did because again, you know what? I got a couple. I'm being at least slightly selective, even with my favorite distilleries when they release stuff, I'm not getting everything, but I'm getting some things. So whereas I didn't get the last whatever it was the Star Wars release, okay, I'm going in the draw for Vitalis. Okay, Vitalis is really good. Okay, so hopefully I get one. Also on the rum front, because you told me Archie Rose would bring out multiple rums. The fancy molasses rum, yes, that's right up there with my favorite rum. And Bricks will bring out some special ones. I got their one, which is nice. Not as good as fancy molasses. And then Bricks going, oh, we're bringing out another special rum. And I went, yeah, but I got to toss up between, Archie Rose is bringing out another rum. You're bringing out another rum. And Archie Rose won in the taste off. So I guess if I'm going to get one more rum, then Bricks lose out. Yes, I'm finishing off my night by eating the Luxardo cherry. Okay, that's mostly water, but still a bit of the gin. Okay, yes, the Navy rum was the one I was holding out for. Okay, I'm going to hold out for the Navy rum. Jude, there I think are multiple videos on my channel, over the 16 years that have the entire Angry Aussie theme on them. Yeah, no, Safra, I'm very fancy with my cherries. But yeah, I probably did put it available for download somewhere at one point, but the original one that was done for me by NSG way back in the early days of my channel. Jude, if you really want, I could share it with you. I put it on G Drive and send you a link or something. That one, Aussie, Angry Aussie. It's the NSG one. I could put it on and share it with you. Anyway, Jesus Christ, I'm going to go to bed. Okay, it's it's 12:30, near enough. I'm going to be at least mildly responsible. In fact, I feel fine. I'm not even half Tim Smithed, and I'm just being responsible. And I'm going to go to bed now. And I will see you fine people another time, almost definitely on Sunday night, maybe with something special that I pick up tomorrow night. Who knows? Who knows what the weekend will bring? But you'll take care. Whatever happens, I'll see you another time. But